I gotta reset camera. Hello, kicking YouTube. Okay. Welcome back to episode 83 of the Slayer 7. I am your host and DM, the Badger, the Timid Badger, whatever you want to call me. Badger Gaming. I don't care. But yeah, let's kind of just hop right into this. I'm gonna leave this screen up until we get going. But what do y'all remember from last time?
Brain. Can
Fighting
somebody else start it and I'll just fill in with shit. My brain's still buffering.
We started off mid-combat with the Beholders. And
The Beholder zombies.
The Beholder and the Beholder zombies, yes.
And then the Bahir.
And then the Bahir, who swallowed up Cece, and then Timbers willingly jumped down its throat to try to save Cece.
Mm-hmm. Interesting life choice.
Hydrun and Alita, two A names. Went back to see what they could do about the drow that were turned to stone, which we were able to deal with that. And then we found the lab with the portal, and not much actually really happened last session. It was just
There was a lot of
long
talking.
drawn out fight.
There was, yeah. So, if we want to get into specific, the lab has one very, very unique thing in which the center floor piece is solid runestone, and a large piece of it, which had our artificer,
drooling.
Drooling. Yeah. The only important thing to note was you're like, okay, what are we gonna do? We go back to Blackfall, which was when Alita was like, no, I really need to go home. And then, expressed her concerns of going home. Which Chris had numerous people being like, you good? She was like, no, but yes, but no, but probably, but I needed direction. It's like, okay. There was some familial sass between her and her grandfather. Before portal got opened up, I think Alita went first. Yes, technically. Yeah. Alita went first, followed by Cecile kicking and screaming Timbers. Which honestly, I think this is going to be the most enjoyable teleportation experience because of how fast it is. Less likely to get the spins from it. And then I think the sisters in some order, followed by
Hydrun went last,
yeah.
dragging Cece.
Yeah. Mainly because Cece wanted to question. Hold on.
Cece was in a candy shop and he wanted to stay.
Why is my brain not?
Tanis,
thank you. Brain is sitting here like, why can't I think of names? Because I'm reading sheets full of SCA names, half of which are like Gaelic. Don't recommend. So yeah, so we all poofed through to the other side, going to Silvery Moon.
I got a friend inside.
Alrighty. So, as you guys are teleporting through, we will showcase that of Silvery Moon.
Oh, Jesus.
It is a fairly large city itself. This is one of the few very powerful and influential members of the Lord's Alliance, which is why we have the Council of Waterdeep. And as popular belief, Silvery Moon is what cities aspire to be. You know, quiet, peaceful realm. Many races live together, common knowledge. Most commonly, you know, humans, dwarves, gnomes, elves, halflings, half-elves, drow, that kind of thing. Even those of like drow and orc origins aren't turned away as they are in other cities across Faerun. It is also nicknamed the Gem of the North. It's got a stunning place of swooping curves, soaring towers, and structures built into the living trees. To many elves, the city is a reminder of the ancient elven cities of old. Nicknames for Silvery Moon is the Myth Draenor and Silver Marshes. But of course, restoration and subsequent fall of the fabled city. Despite where stone is employed in construction, ivy and other living plants grow through, over, and around most structural elements, giving the city more of a green cast, more of a living city kind of feel to everything. Despite the arboreal architecture, Silvery Moon is very civilized, boasting schools of music and magic, great library, bardic instruction, temples to shrines. It's got shrines to Maliki, Agma, Sylvanas, Sune, Timora, and Mistra. Knowledge, both an acquisition and the wisdom it comes from, is the diligent study. It's part of the real treasure of Silvery Moon. As what are the few things you guys would spot almost instantly as landing, as you guys do.
Where exactly did we land?
We'll get to that. I'm kind of just
Okay.
going over like the city description and stuff like that. Whereas it is easy and pleasing enough to get lost amongst the trees of the city, anyone who comes close enough to the river Rauven, keep messing up that name, is awed by the vision of the Moon Bridge, the great arch of silvery force that spans the water. Even though it's native to this city, it's a powerful moving sight. So smack dab in the middle is this massive, just bridge of force energy, force magic. That kind of gives off that silvery look to it. So, given its beauty, Silvery Moon is amongst the most memorial experiences most non-Silverian might have. Even amongst those that regularly fight monsters or handle magic. So you guys immediately come in, go from the Underdark to shiny, epic-looking Elven City. So in the east of the city is the High Palace, which is the capital of the city. Currently being the Merlons of its battlements are carved to resemble unicorn heads. For those that have seen unicorn heads floating around things before. Hint, hint, no show Saturday. Um, there are soldiers that you guys see of the High Guard, clad in shining silver. Some people might have information of Silvery Moon. That is as follows. Silvery Moon has long been led by a high mage. One of the longest ruling and certainly the most influential of these is Elestrial Silverhand. Not to be confused with Yell's Lady
the other
Silverhand.
Silver. But I assume related in some way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sisters? Because aren't they like...
one of the 7, I believe. But she had stepped down more than 100 years ago to become the High Lady of Lurlar. And was succeeded.
Just keep adding L's on,
and
you'll
was
be fine.
succeeded by Taryn Hornblade.
Mhm.
If you guys know very, very well. Although he ruled wisely for the last century, Taryn kind of relinquished the city's leadership to High Marshal Methrammer, who is not a speaking member of the council, but is affiliated with Thunderspells. But is Elostriel's half-elf son and leader of Silvery Moon's armed forces. Taryn still speaks for the city on Methrammer's behalf in the meeting of the Lord's Alliance, as you guys have had several councils with him. For those that will easily kind of tell, Silvery Moon is defended by several forces. First are the Knights in Silver, shining armored warriors that protect the city and the nearby lands. They are basically not to be effed with. They also bolstered by the Spell Guard, a cadre of powerful wizards and sorcerers that train in battle magic.
Mhm.
The last is the city's own Mythal, a great field of magical force that prevents the inhabitants of the city from engaging in all manner of spellcasting. In particular, spells that summon flame, conjure creatures, or permit teleportation fail when their target is within the bounds of the Mythal. Should a foe try to traverse the Moon Bridge, the span can be willed by the city's rulers and certain others specially tuned to the Mythal, can be willed out of existence, dropping attackers into the river.
Ooh, nice. A good safety protocol.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Taryn Hornblade isn't as powerful a voice in the Lord's Alliance as Elostriel was, either in part of his affection and respect for the former High Lady has been extended, in large part to his sister Laryl, now the Open Lord of Waterdeep. Another thing you guys would probably know, Silver Moon has nonetheless been long known as a safe haven for harpers. Because the city doesn't see the aims of the Alliance as conflicted as those who harp. Where other cities' rulers might see the presence of the harpers as a threat to the authority, Silvery Moon desires to end tyranny as fervently as the harpers do, and thus the greater good is served. So another type of thing you'll see is that the city is filled with those who are of the harpers. You guys kind of appear in a designated teleportation circle near the moon bridge.
Okay.
As there were the coordinates, there are other teleportation spots just outside the main gates, but there is also one on the lower city near the moon bridge, for those that are more familiar with it, and given that you are being accompanied by one of them yourselves, you have access to that one. Almost immediate as you guys poof in, any nearby guards go on alert because your presence is sudden. Because other than other teleportation circles where they would see their end light up and then you guys slowly materialize, you kind of just
It's
their
like with the helm.
teleportation just whirls up and then you guys just step off the pad.
Okay.
Kind of thing. And if any of them were still bickering as you guys were entering the teleportation circle down in the Underdark, you guys would still be mid-sentence here as you guys just step out. And compared to other teleportations, there was no feel. You guys just walked into the light and stepped out into another place.
Absolutely.
I
It was-
assume
it-
Timbers is still kicking and screaming then because he's used to the sensation of things, so he probably thinks we haven't left yet.
Probably.
I just gotta set him down while he's still tantruming.
No, yeah, everything's perfectly fine. I think I just got you. I'll never get used to teleportation.
That literally felt like nothing. I don't know what's wrong with you, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Are you like
unnatural, I'll tell
allergic
ya.
to the magic? Like, is that a thing
Probably,
people can be?
no.
Yes, what is teleportation? Is that not abjuration? Can't remember off the top of my head. It might be abjuration. Me look.
TC's probably still like mid-sentence saying, "Oh wait."
Conjuration. No, so Timber's potentially allergic to conjuration magic.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Well, it can't be because I conjure up animals.
Oh boy.
Is the leader
All
still
right.
standing here? Right, I assume the guards go on alert. I'm gonna go ahead and keep my hands in front of me and away from the sword on my back.
Yep. The second they see your lot, they start getting alert, start walking towards you guys, you know, hands in your weaponry and stuff like that. And then they see Aelita. Is there anything you say to the guards before they proceed?
No, there isn't. She's just gonna kind of stand there and like smile slightly, and then just kind of lower her shoulders in defeat because she already knows what's coming.
Yep.
I'll like lean forward and be like, "Psst, where are we going from here?"
They approach you and immediately mention that, gesturing across the moon bridge, saying that as your guys' arrival, the first place that you need to go is to the palace to speak to Lady Frost herself.
Just look at Alita.
Yeah, I know. All right. Come on, follow me. Let's go meet my aunt.
I'll follow.
All right. Everyone's
Yes,
all
everyone
kind
follows.
of gathered and
Yep.
walking over this spectral, silvery bridge. You know,
Does it make
spans the
sound when we
river.
walk on it?
I was just about to ask the same thing.
Does it make sound?
Not really.
Well,
What were you thinking? The Bifrost from Thor, how it kind of has that like ting 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 feel.
Yeah, I just trying to grasp. You know, is it like see through?
Yeah, it's kind of silvery and see-through. It's arched enough to where boats and things can still get under it easily. and it's wide enough for several caravans of horses and whatnot to go back and forth at the same time, kind of deal. Yeah. So yeah,
Hmm.
essentially, because I realize I have.
Oh,
Ooh.
I'll be right back. I just got home to eat dinner.
That's a much smaller picture than I anticipated, but that's okay. Hey, you
That's
guys are going walking over this
I
thing.
get the gist. Yeah. It's not that tall of an arch.
Mm-mm.
'Kay.
But enough of one. So yeah,
Um,
you guys go over the moon bridge, and despite it feel like it could just that it shouldn't support all you guys, it does.
I'll stick close to Alita.
And the guards are marching, keeping up pace with all of you as you guys are just walking. Now that they know
What
that
kind
they're
of
escorting you.
formation is like how many in front, how many behind?
2 and 2.
Okay.
For the group. And every passing guard that they see, they give like a little nod to his hand signal, basically stating that they're on escort duty, and they follow along.
Yep.
And eventually you guys get to the palace. It loads. Ta-da! It's a little palace-scape. But yeah, they march you straight in and up a couple of
Lead
levels.
up to Alita, it'd be like, so are you a princess or?
We're gonna go with or
Mm.
on this
Okay.
one.
Now, were you before and now it's or because you're in trouble?
Neither really. My aunt is Lady Frost, captain of the guard. My parents and my grandparents run a shop about 20 feet that way. That if I knew I wasn't gonna die, I'd make a bolt for.
Why do you think you're
if,
gonna die?
if you weren't
again?
gonna what?
Well, my aunt is quite terrifying when she's angry, and I just kind of up and left with no warning. Like my nan told me to leave, so I left.
I mean, that just sounds like you were following directions, but I'm probably not the best person to speak to these people.
Mm.
So, as you guys are marched up the stairs, down a hall, you guys are walked into a large double-doored high room. There are several guards and people in this office. There seems to be a large board table in the middle, and
Steele's
a
questioning whether or not she wants to try and down the Fey honey now. Yeah. Got Alyssa and Hydroon, and I got cocky people, it's fine. Got Nyla, it's fine.
and who you end up seeing is a kind of like a warrior princess kind of thing. For an elf, she is very tall, very, very, very beautiful.
Taller than me?
I wouldn't say taller than you.
Okay.
But still,
Just getting a grasp here, but tall.
yes.
Taller than me. Tall,
Tall,
as
beautiful,
me,
tall, beautiful elf, but yet carries herself like you can't guess how many daggers are under her dress.
Interesting.
As you guys are first entering in, she's commanding a couple of people out and, you know, gesturing to some things on this map and telling them, okay, go, get out of here. And they take off. You can tell she's very, not only is she a noble, she's got military background. She kind of just reeks of that honorable officer.
Mhm.
She kind of lightly glances over in your guys' way and then looks away, but that one glance, you swear you just felt the spear go straight through y'all's chest. Like, if looks could kill, y'all just got wasted.
I'm gonna lean forward to Alita. Be like, so since when has your family been able to harness sunbeam through eyes?
As I said, she's quite scary when she's angry.
Fair.
But as she notices Aelita, she very directly marches over to her. And even if she has to, like, push people out of the way, she does this, like, constant walk around Aelita, looking at her from head to toe, making sure that not one hair is out of place. And if any one of you guys are kind of a little bit too
I'll put
close, you
myself at
guys get
rest.
you guys
No,
get
no.
the
She
stank
gets a
eye.
wide berth. She gets a wide berth, and more or less Cecile goes to arrest Phillips with her hands behind her back. Just nope.
And
Nope.
after a couple of passes, she says nothing, but very slowly you hear her mumbling, but kind of stabs towards Aelita with things like disappear without a word. Oh, I see you left your most protective items behind. Making your mother worry, making me worry. What is this armor? This is not your armor. Your armor's in your room. Oh, you left your ring on your nightstand. Mystra knows what could happen to you. No bow for protection. What bow is this? And just on and on and on about every little plucking, every little detail.
We got
Of
that bow
Aelita.
from the dragons, right? Trying to remember where we got that bow.
No, we got the
No.
bow, with the giants in the maze.
Yep.
And
Right,
you guys went
that's
bold
right.
crossing.
I would like to say this, that Cece gives a little chuckle hearing everything. In a way, he's uncomfortable because he knows how this feels.
Anxiety chuckle. Gotcha.
After
He
like
knows how it feels.
after like maybe a couple of baker's dozens of just waltzing around Aelita, she'll stop directly face of her, bend over and plant just the smallest of kisses to her forehead, followed by a massive hug out of nowhere. And a very stern sounding of, "Don't do that again." And then as she's putting her niece down, mentioning, "Make sure you go to the shop to see grandmother."
Now, the entire time that Alita is being circled and having these quips thrown at her, you hear, I was told to leave. I thought I had it on me. What do you mean? This is my arm now. This is my bow now. No. Like, you've got to try this bow out. I promise. And just small little, not even like half attempts to defend herself. Just ah ha ha ha. It's like anxious teenager noises.
Mhm. And while she's standing directly in front of Aelita, she kind of glances up over her to all of you. "And you bring me strays?" she asks. "Who are all these?"
These are my strays. I collected them. You can't keep them.
Look at both the sisters. Like,
I'm just, I just have that look of, excuse me, stray.
Nyla's also
Like,
gonna
just
get
the
this
look.
offended look. Yeah, Nyla's also gonna get this offended look, and under her breath, muttering to herself quietly, she says, "The fuck you mean, strays, bitch?"
At least Hydrun didn't say anything. She just gave a look.
These
When-
are
when-
my strays. You can't keep them. I was gifted to them.
Yeah, and when she hears the "you can't have them," just the sassiest of pouts comes over her face. And just kind of goes, oh, that's a shame. Some of them look like they could actually hold a sword.
There's the eyebrow look of upwards towards where the build is. Just
Yeah,
like,
her gaze falls a little bit harder on Alyssa, Cecile, and Hydroon specifically.
Mm.
Because y'all kind of reek of, warrior and military type of thing, to where like she can tell she recognizes that.
With like the stray comment, Cece's like, "I'm Clayton."
Lita, after the whole stray comment is had and her aunt's sassy pouting, she's gonna kind of like turn and gesture to the group, and she's going to introduce them all one by one.
I will when Cece speaks
And,
up like
like,
that, I will point at him and be like, "Oh no, that is her paladin." Absolutely.
And as you guys are introducing your names and stuff like that, she throwing more sass, being all like, some call me the Ice Knight, Lady Frost, Commander of the Knights in Silver. But I guess for now you can call me Jalessa.
Oh, yes, bitch.
Nyla.
Oh shit! I thought that was muted. Sorry.
That
was out of character comment. I'm so sorry.
Not all of them have discipline, I see. We can fix that while you're here.
I'm only here
fucking
to
great.
check and get the rest of my gear. But if you want to fix them, I won't stop you. That one, she points at Timbers, has a bad habit of getting himself into situations that I have to get him out of. And if it's not me, then it's one of the other three. As she gestures to the sisters and Cecile.
A big smile comes over her face after the "I won't stop you." And with just a flick of a hand, several guards walk up and approach Nyla and Timbers.
Ah, shit.
Make sure they run out their energy.
Oh,
I'll
no.
raise a hand. Just really just to note for the cleaner put together one of the two. She is technically a princess in a different area. So no lasting damage.
Deal. And just waves, and the knights just kind of like tap the two of you on the shoulder and gesture out of the room. Let's go.
I was gonna say, with the introducing myself, I name myself completely
Mm-hmm.
Clayton Charles Clay.
Wait,
That's a
so
lot of
technically it's
Cs.
CCC?
Yes.
That's in character.
Yes,
CC
it is.
works better. That tracks.
That could still
Nyla's
call me
just
Triple
gonna, like,
C.
look at the guard who tapped her on the shoulder and start walking out and just kind of mutter stuff like,
I'll shout after Nyla and be like, "Hey, this is a perfect opportunity to practice your longsword skills in a fairly safe environment. You've been
Yep.
practicing. You've been training. Show them what you got."
Fine.
You guys will get escorted downstairs and out the door to a walled-in courtyard.
Oh, we lost a chick.
That has all sorts of
Yeah, he
dummies
goes-
and targets and things like that as to practice.
Yeah.
Keep you guys entertained for the moment.
And actually, it will help me, honestly. Like, so out of character, though, I kind of definitely do need to get better with the longsword because I haven't had a need to use that except for using my short bow or magic.
That's why
Yeah.
Cecile's just like, hey, work on it. We're good.
Yeah.
Out of character, really, it is hard to remember for himself. That's why he calls himself.
Just forget your middle name. Is it Clayton Charles Clay?
Yes.
That is a lot of C's.
There's a lot of C's.
That's very low C's. Yep.
Hydron might start calling CC Triple C.
C
What up?
cubed.
What about what up, Trip? Okay. Yeah, so 2 members of the party get hushed away. Jalessa will then mention to Aelita, well, if
Sorry.
you came for your gear, now would probably be the best time to go get them.
Yeah, you've got a point. Who's running the shop today? Am I gonna walk in and get yelled at by Mom or by Nan?
Most likely by Nan.
Oh, all right, manageable then. Hey, Cece, you wanna come to a Artificer's playground, essentially?
With the comment of artifact, his ears perk up and then like immediately tries to be like, yes.
Play cool, play cool.
So-
Obviously, you guys are welcome to follow. I'm gonna go wander towards the shop that I call home and get the rest of
Hydron's
my
gonna go
stuff.
with her.
No, Hydron leaves too.
Yep. Hydron's going with Alita.
As
Okay.
soon
You're all
as
just stay.
as soon as the 3 of you leave the room, I believe that only leaves
Alyssa and
Cecile and
Cecile.
Alyssa. Yeah. There is this like gaze that Jalissa has between the 2 of you. So I hear you are the 2 that protect my little one.
To the best of our abilities.
Good. Because if I find out that a hair has been misplaced anywhere on her little head, there is not a place you could go that I will not find you. Are we clear?
Low charisma. Crystal. Crystal. And I'll point at Alyssa. Like, she's the one that stuck her in the armor that she was wearing. She wasn't wearing good stuff. So,
Well, now she has the opportunity to get her gear that she should have taken her entire time.
Mhm.
But I'm at least glad that there is somebody keeping an eye out for her.
mhm.
Sometimes I swear she takes after her grandfather. Anyhow,
He's an interesting man.
he goes on to explain a couple of different key points of Silvery Moon, if you guys are interested. Explaining where she had the other 2 gnomes sent.
Mm.
And then mentioning that there is a tavern too that is quite popular with the locals. In case you guys decide to venture there.
Right. I don't know how long we're staying exactly.
Mhm.
Gotta get back to
Which side of the bridge are we on at the current moment?
You guys are palace side, so
Upper.
upper side,
Got it.
upper northeastern side. But yeah, oh yeah, the temple itself is marked here. But yeah, and then mentions that there is a nearby tavern that the locals seem to like, and even a lot of the adventurers. It's called the Worm and the Wand. If you guys find yourself there with that,
Hmm. Look at Alyssa and be like, "You want to just grab a drink and chill?" I mean,
Yeah,
how
wouldn't
much
hurt.
trouble can the rest of them get into without? It's a town full of guards. It should be fine. Besides, Hydrune went with Alita. and-
with the question of how much trouble could they get into, Alyssa like turns on her heels and goes, "A drink then," and
Not our problem. Yeah, just go chill
What
in
what
tavern.
trouble can the rest of them get into? You know, in Aelita's hometown, where if one wrong step happens, she just kind of stops and stares at you until you take your foot back.
Yeah, and with the gnomes with the guard, that's fine.
What? Hold on.
And so while that's happening and whatnot, you guys get told that the tavern is somewhere over here, which also happens to be near a lot of the stores that there's several store markings along here, but yeah. So what do y'all do?
Which way to the nearest blacksmith?
Oh
Well,
no!
No, you're
You've been
training.
sacrificed as a training dummy. And then no.
someone
You really
told the
wa-
captain
you're
of the
really gonna
guard
leave me alone
that the
with
gnomes,
this gnome guard, huh? You really want to do that?
both
Yeah, you-
gnomes got taken down to a outdoor courtyard that's kind of like a training facility, walled in training facility with plenty of guards and people trying to master the craft in there. Somebody might have told, a high up official that you guys tend to get into trouble, so
Okay, one sec.
they went to go. You guys were sent to go be worn out.
I don't care.
Hey.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys are trying to figure out what to do. I'll let you guys give Sammy a quick recap, and then
Yes, please.
I'll be right back.
I messaged her to be like, "Hey." Alyssa and Cecile are like, "Well, all the kids are being monitored one way or another. Let's get a drink and just chill for the first time in,
Ages.
I don't know, a couple weeks."
Yeah, I've been better about chilling than anyone else.
Oh yeah.
Actually, I'd say the one who knows the most about chilling would be Ravine.
Wow.
Wow.
Ooh, buddy. Chicken
Yeah.
is a spicy chicken nugget right
Oh,
now.
Fire.
Saying that, oh,
Terrible.
saying who knows the most about chilling. It's like, no, the one who knows the most about chilling would be Ravine, who is currently encased in ice.
Terrible.
Well, I mean, I tried to talk to Ravine the other day, and she just kept giving me the cold shoulder.
My guy.
You just gotta give her a bit to cool off.
Bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to be, I was thinking that, maybe a little conversation could warm up her cold heart.
Timbers does realize Ravine's the embodiment of death, right?
Yeah, no, don't worry,
This is
Who
amazing.
cares?
guess who's stuck in my head, constantly chewing me out internally.
You do. I mean,
Kinky?
sometimes you deserve it.
No, it's been like nonstop. That's why
Almost always.
certain times I feel like pretty much there would be times where Timbers is just like kind of just arguing with himself, or he kind of like starts swatting his ears. It's just someone won't shut up.
Oh, I would love to see what. I would love to see what happens if those words were ever an earshot of
Good thing
someone.
this is recorded and streamed on Kick and YouTube, right?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
not just that. I mean, here, Tibbers talking bad about Idrune's patron's assistant.
But yeah, basically,
Too stubborn.
gnomes are just getting, some practice in with the Palace Guards. Alita, Hadrun, and Cece are off to Alita's family shop. She got a little chewed out by her aunt, but not too badly. And then Alyssa and Cecile were basically thank you that also was a threat of if she ever gets harmed in any way, there's nowhere for us to hide. Typical family stuff.
Yeah.
And then she pointed us in the direction of a bar, and Cecile was like, yes.
Yeah. So
Also,
currently,
I was gonna say you also heard Cece's real name.
Yes, Cece's real name is Clayton Charles Clay.
I knew
So it's
it
actually
was Clayton
CCC.
Clay. I knew it was Clayton Clay. I didn't know the middle name was Charles. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know me as
probably gonna
CC.
start
I've
referring
never
to
told
CC as Triple
anyone
C.
in character.
I just
In
know that
character.
for spite.
In character, no one knew
For-
my name until now.
I know for spite, Nyla's just gonna play with her lute for a bit, just strumming the lute for a little bit while
Oh
she
yeah,
watches Timbers.
Nyla's got some sass.
Yeah. No, don't worry. You won't be watching Timbers very long.
But yeah, basically, Alita's aunt is basically the top of the guard for the town. You said the Frost Knight.
Tibbers,
believe
DM
or
warning
something?
for you. It's not my wrath you have to worry about in this place.
Like I already
Keep that
DM'd
warning.
you. I DM'd you.
Because there are
Alita's aunt is also known as the Ice Knight or Lady
4
Frost.
people with strong connections to this place that will hurt you.
4 people?
I mean, God, do you really think I'm gonna try cause trouble in this place? That's kind of
Yes.
like
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
in this place where
Jalessa
I
will
know I-
hurt you. Aelita will hurt you. This is the city that was started by Lady Silverhand's older sister.
Mhm.
And then it was overseen by Thunderspells for a good chunk of time.
Oh, fuck's sake.
So,
So the reason I still say yes is you remember the shenanigans he got into in Waterdeep.
That was a different
yeah,
time.
he won't find any cows here.
No, that's
Not
why
inside city limits, at least.
I'm not even going with that. I'm not even going for that. So, like I said, different time. So, Badger,
Oh.
like I DM'd you, I'm gonna cast Gaseous Form. I'm gonna get out of this place, go out to the streets, and I'm going to a blacksmith.
Why do you keep casting magic in places that you don't know the rules? Why?
You don't know what may work unless you try.
So there was this entire section.
And
That
he
you
wasn't
probably
here
missed.
for.
Oh. Yes, because there's this little thing called the Mythal.
Oh no. I'm about to get a little lesson, aren't I?
Oh yeah.
You go to try to go into gaseous form, and about halfway through your morph, something like it almost feels like a whip to the back as you are forcibly thrown out of it and back onto the floor.
He likes whips.
Oh. Well, then I'm gonna talk to the guards. Like, excuse me, sir. Any chance you can point me in the direction of a blacksmith?
You're in the training area. with the
Yeah,
guards.
this is being polite. I'm doing actually the one thing that'll actually shock people. I'm being polite.
My orders were to bring the gnomes here.
Okay. That doesn't really answer my question. At least you can at least point. So that way, whenever I do get out here, I can at least know where to go.
And kind of just gestures westbound, but that doesn't really mean anything to you at the moment.
Relax your hand.
Also, as last two in the room, I need a perception check from Alyssa and Cecile.
I can't just
Because
use my
as-
passive.
Because as she was talking to you guys, she made her way back to her war table, and because all the shenanigans has kind of calmed down, they would have seen if you guys had gotten a quick glance at it or not.
My passive 21.
Yes. So between the two of you, you guys can tell that the war table is very active. There's still a lot of pieces that are set in motion. Because the last thing that you guys had found out is that all of the Sword Coast had been attacked. The cult struck back. And almost every coastal city has been under siege. Because the last information that you got from Lady Silverhand was Waterdeep had been attacked and they were fleeing. You can tell easily on the war table that even though the city seems calm, there is a lot of the city's fighting forces that are out in the perimeters. There are a couple of camps that seem to be attacking points. There's a couple of spots that you can see on her battle map that are defend points. Even though that they're trying to keep the image that Silvery Moon is unseen and untouched, the war table would say otherwise.
Okay.
And another familiar thing you guys would notice is where Silvery Moon is compared to everything else. So because it is
Oh, okay.
so close to the north there, you can see on the war table that there are forces and reinforcements from Mithril Hall, and pretty much everything from the moors to the mountains, and even the Nether Mountains and whatnot. Everything in this immediate area is on a defense point.
Okay.
Stop it.
There are some parts of the war table that looks like Nesme had been attacked, or potentially be reinforcements have been sent, and Everlund is on a fringe. So cultists have been attacking the area, which also drives the point home that Jalessa told Aelita to go get her stuff. She left weapons and armor behind. Go get it. Now would be the perfect time to go get it.
That is exactly what she's doing.
So, while
I figured it wasn't the right time to be like, hey, can we just check out your war table? Because she just met us, so.
yep, which is
Yeah.
why while she's given her little passive threat, she's walking back around the table, and you guys are the only two left in the room, so you guys would be able to get a quick glance at it before leaving. So while the two of you are now leaving the palace to go to the bar, the tavern, suggested the Worm and the Wand, let us shift over to Alita and company.
Question before. Did we get a long rest?
Not yet. You
We
guys
got
have just arrived. You guys arrived from Underdark and were marched.
We
Were
arrived,
met by the
got
guard.
met by a group of guards, got marched to the palace, and then you guys got to watch Aelita turn into an uncomfortable teenager as she's being circled by her aunt, who is critiquing and criticizing her.
Gotcha. Okay.
How old is Aelita again?
110.
Yes. Teen, young adult, elf. Yeah.
Yep.
Easily. I see that chicken. Anywho, so yeah, so what are the three of you guys encountering? You guys are going to the stores and shop.
Aelita's making a beeline for the shop. Like she's turning back every now and then to make sure that the two that are with her are keeping pace.
Hadroon's able
But
to keep
because she
pace.
knows Silvery Moon, like the back of her hand, she's like weaving in and out of like alleyways and little hidden crevices that she knows her aunt knows about, but hopes in secret that she doesn't sometimes because, oh look, let me just, and I'm out of the view of the guards and I'm back in the view of the guards.
Which the guards are probably used to.
Oh yeah.
Oh, she disappeared. New guy in the guards. She disappeared. She'll be back in a second.
Pretty much.
Watch
So
over
it
there.
goes.
Like, watch that spot over there. Don't let her know that you can see her there, but watch that spot over there.
Yep. And once she reaches the doors of the shop, she's gonna stop and she's gonna turn and wait for the other two to catch up before she goes, "Welcome home!" as she walks through the doors of the shop.
Hadroon goes in right behind her.
With CC, he's kind of a little exhausted from the weaving it out of alleys. But he's like, okay.
Yeah, Furbolg not as nimble as the elf and human to be
As the
able to
elf.
just blink in and out. I mean, I like Alita's like weaving in and out of people that can only say I have grown up here my entire life kind of thing.
Yeah.
I can just see the top of their heads.
Yeah. There's points where you guys get a little behind because you have to stop and wait for somebody to pass before you keep up kind of thing. But yes, you eventually reach your family stores. And inside it is a, what was the wording? Playground for Artificer.
Yes.
And currently
so
run
we're-
by your grandmother.
Yeah. Inside the shop, Rita's gonna stop, spin on her heel, and look at the two that came with her and go, "Okay, on this side, you're gonna find our weapons and armor, run by our lovely little dwarven friend. On the other side is books and spells, ran by Fizzle. If Fizzle starts talking about the pipe, it's Elminster's pipe. Please just ignore him. It beat him up one day, and he's not been the same since. Little bit behind books and spells is gonna be potions, lotions, and herbs. That's run by Brandy, our wood gnome. She is fantastic. I love her. For the artificer in the group, over here is Randy, our maker. If you can dream it, he can make it. If you want to go take a couple notes and like learn from him while I'm upstairs getting my stuff, no one's gonna stop you.
Before you finish,
And
I just immediately walk that way.
gonna turn back around, look at the far end of the shop where the stairs leading up to her family's house is, and she's gonna go, I've gotta go get my stuff. If you wanna come with me, you can.
Would you like me to come with you?
That is entirely up to you. Um, it's just my armor and my bow, and my ring. But it's really like a quaint little house upstairs. Nothing fancy like what you guys have in your hometown.
Yes, but you mentioned something about getting scolded at again.
Oh, yeah, that's Nan. She told me to leave and I said, "Okay, let's go." And then I left. I didn't tell anybody else where I was going, what I was doing. She said, "Why don't you go find your grandfather?" I went, "All right, I."
Yeah. So you sneak up to your room. The others close behind. And inside you find your gear. So you can add these to your character sheet.
Cece's not with them. He's with the Artificer Dream.
Randy.
He's with Randy.
Okay. So yeah, you can add the following items to your character sheet. Elven light armor should be one of the items that you can find.
The light plate.
Light plate, yes, light plate.
Okay.
And then there is Heart Seeker.
Okay.
There is your Ring of Felled Honor, also nicknamed the Ring of OS, but that's beyond the point. I gotta double check. How many things are you attuned to?
Just to the scale mail that I'm currently wearing and Broad Shadow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will let you choose which one, but under Quiver of Plenty, I added the one, but then I found one under the same name, which is the orange version.
Uh-huh.
And if you would prefer to have that instead, well, it does what the +1 does and then some.
Yeah.
Let me know.
How far is the room from the room from the Artificer area?
Oh, just like up the
Just up the
stairs.
stairs and around the corner.
So yeah, you are with Randy, the maker.
I'm gonna take the orange one.
Okay, the human male artificer. One of the shop's catchphrases, you can kind of see it engraved on a placard somewhere on the wall. You know, dreams made real. If you can think it and have the gold, he can make it, kind of deal.
Right. I'm very much, if I'm talking to Randy, I am talking a little bit louder than normal.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He's just excited.
He's very excited. Saying that he knows Alita. Fuck. He says that in person. Uh, and he's just now asking various questions about what he can build and like if he has blueprints of it.
He's got a couple of things he's particularly willing to share if you have the coin.
How much?
Hmm?
How much?
Depends on what you want.
Oh, come on. You want me to pick what I want?
What is it that you were looking for?
Any weapons that could be concealed?
Oh, you want concealed weapons?
Yes.
Are we talking about like
You're not rogue.
sword or knife or you can't just go into a blacksmith and say, sell me something.
I could because how sad I am. But like knife or short sword. Maybe
That you want to be able to have concealed?
Yes. And he opens up his trench coat a little bit like this is where I would like to hide it.
Hmm.
Or on my boots.
I highly doubt you're going to be able to hide a short sword with your boot.
True.
But any amounts of knife or dagger could be hidden within a boot or a pocket or even underneath a bracer.
I am willing to pay 1,000 gold.
Or blueprints of for a hidden weapon.
Yes.
Okay.
I have the money.
Okay.
You're basically Fry going, take my money.
Basically.
Basically.
Yeah.
Like, take my money. I want to know everything.
Take my money. I want to know everything.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
For those of you that are curious as to what it is the cleric's bedroom looks like, I'm throwing it into the Monday chat.
Roll me a persuasion.
Persuasion?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. I only have a +2 on this. Natural 1.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
He's too
Randy.
excited to be persuasive.
Randy can tell that you're wanting something good, and he's flipping through some of his blueprints and ideas and sketches, and he thinks he's got something you would like, but the second you mentioned that you have 1,000 gold you're willing to spend, he's all like, and I got a blueprint worth 1,000 gold.
Oh?
As he kind of like shimmies it out of his collection and rolls it up. Like, do we have a deal?
Yes. I will take 1,000 gold out.
All right. He hands you this rolled up series of papers, and you hand him the gold. And as soon as he drops it in a box that he locks behind him, you hear him call up, Aelita, I like your friends. Bring them over more often.
Idrun is going to watch Aelita kind of faceplant into her bed, scream for a hot second, lift her head up and go, "No, Randy, no." I will not.
Shame. Okay.
And then he goes talking about, like, he pulls out his own book that has his blueprints and shows him what he has been drawing.
Yeah, he's kind of fascinated with your sketchbook at the
I have
moment.
like 3 of them.
Alrighty. So while Aelita's collectively getting her stuff and slowly making her way back downstairs, there is just a mild-mannered
Throwing
voice
armor
kind of...
into-
Yeah, you
After
just...
throwing stuff into the bag of holding and going, all right, I think that's everything. I think we're good. We can go back downstairs now. Save Randy from CC, or CC from Randy. Whoever is holding who hostage here.
Yep. As you are making your way downstairs, as soon as you enter in the main room where Randy and CC are chit-chatting, you just kind of hear a very subtle mannered voice. Well, did you find him? As you swear she wasn't there when you walked in, your grandmother just kind of like tucked off into the corner.
Because she wasn't. I took very clear and concise inventory of who was in the room at that time. You weren't there when I came in.
But the word is spreading that you've arrived.
Hydra just kind of says, "Doesn't help that Randy just shouted out your name."
Well, it's Randy. I should have expected less.
Well, plus, on top of that, you get her aunt as the captain of the guard. Word will travel like melted butter. Just, it's gone.
Yeah.
Especially to family.
Right?
Especially in this family.
I wouldn't be surprised that the second that Cecile and Alyssa left the room, she's pulling out sending stones, alerting the entire family. Who's back on property?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. A quick sending stone off to Alice Soraya going, oh, look, your daughter came back. Aelita's going to tense up slightly at the initial sound of her grandmother's voice and then relax because it doesn't sound like she's angry. And then she's going to go, of course I found him. You want to know where he was? In the Underdark. And then
Not surprised.
She'll describe the general area as to where she found Tanis, as to not really give his location away, but enough where her grandmother can be like, all right, yeah, no, he's safe. I don't have to send the child after him again.
Now, first book is done of armor and weapons. Now, second book of arms and legs is being pulled out.
Hadron's just gonna make a quick mention. It looks like they're holding each other hostage.
You know, you're not wrong.
But yeah, Grandma is chilling out. Hydroon Cece.
Yes.
You know something weird about this elven woman that Aelita is calling Grandma. Which is weird because, especially as a human, she does not look like a grandmother. But then again, this is elves we're talking about. Tanis looked much younger compared to being called Grandpa.
Hydra's been around elves a bit with her career, so
You notice that her eyes are not flesh, but
Think
some
what?
sort
It's
of
gotten
magical
creepier.
crystal.
Oh.
And of course, she's just kind of moving about, making scrolls, potions, wine, doing healing, mending, repairing, making Buttermint uppity. Because, you know, she forgets to charge gold for services. Ha. Who is another person that is floating around everything?
Tiny little fae.
Tiny little fae named Buttermint. But yeah, Grandma is just happy to know that Tannis is surprisingly closer than it seemed to be. Because even though he's in the Underdark compared to where you guys were, it's still closer to where he's been before.
Yeah.
But as she goes from kind of sounding almost concerned and then kind of calms down, she never sounds angry in any way, shape, or sense. Just more of a confirming. I see that you talked to your aunt.
Kind of hard not to talk to her when the moment we were teleported in, we had guards on us.
Yeah, once word got out that you had left, everyone was put on alert that if they spotted you in any way, shape, or form, they were going to escort you back to her. I'm assuming you got a stern talking to?
Oh, of course. Complete with the, the usual, the circling, the that's not yours, that's not yours. Where is this? Why'd you leave without this?
She
Which,
notices.
she even does to my mother on occasion.
Yep. She kind of notices the bag of holding that you've just shoved all your stuff into and got your stuff this time.
She's gonna nod and then hold up her left hand where the ring of oh shit is firmly placed on her middle hand, and she goes, yes, all of it, I promise.
Good. Are you to wait until your mother arrives, or are you gonna slink off again?
No, as much as I love my mother, unfortunately, we have dragons to stop and people to save. Besides,
Well,
I'm pretty sure if I don't get the paladin away from Randy, Randy's gonna have like 1,001 new scrolls to go through.
Randy just kind of mutters from behind everybody. 1002, 1003, 1004.
And I may or may not have sacrificed our party's gnomes to my aunt's training regime, so oops. I gotta go save them too.
Well, you know how much your aunt likes to entice rabble rousers.
Yeah. And those two, I'll give them this. In the months that I've been traveling with them, they haven't really roused the rabbles, but they are quite chaotic.
The rest of your friends, taller female dressed in very nice armor.
Yes.
They went down to the worm.
Okay.
and
Rita's
moment
eyes
of
are gonna unfocus slightly as she tries to remember where in town the worm is compared to the shop, and then she goes, "Oh, that's like 3 streets that way. Never mind."
Yep.
Okay.
And as you guys are like, there's like a moment of like silence, like nobody speaks before you guys start heading towards the door. And Grandma, who's always got to have the last say, just kind of pops in with the, you just come back in one piece, but you do what you have to do. For everybody else in the room, she sounds somewhere between concerned and in complete understanding of your guys' mission. Because of course the Slayer 7 has become more of a name that is coming off of more people's tongues as you guys have gone all over the Sword Coast helping people and stopping the cult and having these great battles and being told of the masks and all these type of things. So yes, word has definitely hit Silver Room, especially because of Thunderspell's big mouth, of who the Slayer 7 is and what their mission is and all they've accomplished. And I mean, considering there's 3 of you guys standing in front of Crystal that has the Council of Dragons insignia. So right off the bat, anybody who recognizes that knows that you guys are some pretty big shit.
Did you leave the artificer there?
Oh, no. I grabbed the artificer by the ear and dragged the
Let's see.
artificer with me.
Please don't tell me I left my books there.
No, you
not.
grab your book and whatnot. You're just 1,000 gold shorter of whatever you had.
I had 10,000.
Yeah. And now you're down to 9 because you got swindled pretty damn hard. But hey.
I don't know if we'd call it swindling if the artificer's the one that offered that amount to start with.
But the persuasion check to attempt haggling went right out the window.
Just the ow, ow, ow. Is the ears getting pulled? Ow, ow.
Yep.
She
So you
prompts
guys.
to let go of the ear the moment they're outside the shop.
I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Was that English I heard, or did I just have a stroke? What? I'm sorry. The way you just strung that whole sentence together, Mouse, I thought I was having a stroke. I'm so sorry.
It was mainly Mouse just going, ow, 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 ow.
A quick moment of silence for Sammy's brain cells to wake the fuck up.
Listen, there's a reason I chugged this before starting today, because I knew where I was at.
The brain is doing a quick round of telephone and completely failed on the third one.
I popped into the other chat earlier, and my brain was just not computing anything, and I was like, I need to drink this faster.
All right. In the meantime, while you guys are leaving the shops, the 2 gnomes, Nyla practicing with her longsword, and Tibbers trying to find some place to just fuck it and lay down. Eventually, a very stern elf holding sword and board comes marching in. Oi! The fuck you doing?
Nyla immediately just pops her head open as she's like tuning her lute.
Pops her head
and
open?
looks over and goes, or yeah, like not pops her head open, but pops her head up.
On that.
We are having
You
all
said it was
kinds of
such
like
a-
herbal strokes today.
Where's the group's mind
Real
tonight?
quick, real quick, Sammy,
dude,
I
drink
thought I was
alcohol.
muted, and one of the characters was there. I called her an ice bitch, and they're
was
like,
not
"What did you
muted.
say?" I was not muted.
I am so
Bro.
glad that your first rebuttal was I thought I was muted because I was about to lay the fucking hurt on you.
We were just having verbal strokes today. That's
You-
okay. We're
you
fine.
basically-
We're all
you
good.
ba-
On the last 3 to 4 days. So
Call in one of the highest powers in Silvery Moon, an ice bitch.
Well, at least we know how you feel.
So, Nyla pops her head up, not open, up, as she's tuning her lute, and looks at it. You said it was a male elf?
Yep.
Looks at him, kind of shrugs, just goes, tuning my lute. What else? Dun, 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 dun.
He charges at you, sword in hand. You're supposed to be training, and swings at you.
I want to try to block, or with like, or try not block, but like dodge out of the way.
Walk with the loot.
Okay, roll me athletics or acrobatics.
that poor Luke.
Oh yay!
Yeah,
And I
that's
have
what I'm feeling.
advantage.
Yes, the bard's going to use their weapon to block
Here,
the
their
sword
weapon.
strike.
Their instrument.
Nice. A nat
Yeah.
20.
You manage to, he swings, you manage to roll out of the way, and he very quickly
After-
repositions himself.
After
Face-
that, she's kind of like puts her loot away and quickly pulls out her dragon longsword. Now eyes wide, like, oh shit, this is happening.
Avasi! As he charges in again.
Shit. Try to block. I'm gonna try to hold out a block stance that Cecile taught me.
You're basically
Strength?
taking the dodge action, yeah.
Yeah, strength. Yeah.
Strength check.
Come on.
You go to block, but he just kind of like knocks the sword out of, away and takes his shield arm and just pitches you back.
Fuck.
You take a measly
Sammy's sake, I
three
should-
points of bludgeoning damage. But
Mentioned
again,
that Nyla is a princess in another kingdom, technically, so they shouldn't.
Okay.
Out of reaction, can I try to use a spell, or would that not work?
you would have observed what Tibbers tried to do earlier as he attempted to go into gaseous form and got pulled out of it.
She's
Yeah,
gonna
well,
like
it's a-
look at the
it's a prison.
sword that's on the ground, and she's gonna take one step to see where he's gonna move, and then try to dash for it to grab her sword again.
He lets you dash over and grab your weapon.
Okay. Once I pick up my weapon, I'm kind of like hesitant, but then I go ahead and try to swing at him.
All right.
So do
Make
I
a
need
weapon.
to
Make a
roll-
weapon attack.
All right. Okay. So weapon attack. 26.
You splinter his shield.
Yes.
Oh, be right back.
He blocks it
Um,
successfully. Roll your damage.
Ooh. Since I'm holding it with both hands, that's what I'm doing.
hmm
9 damage.
Yeah, so he blocks it, and the sword connects with like a chunk of it, and you kind of like dig into the shield a little bit. But very quickly, just as the same wrenches back from it, and just kind of takes a couple step back. Good. Again,
I can
She'll like
imagine-
try to remove. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that I can imagine like while this whole thing is going on, Tibbers is gonna be like lounging around, like kind of looking like slacking from Pokemon, just one on my side, resting on my head on my hand, just kind of like just watch this whole thing and just in the distance,
She's
of
gonna.
course.
Let's see. Would I need to make a strength versus strength check to pull the sword out of the shield?
No, he kind of yanked his shield off of it.
Okay.
Parry.
She will
parry,
try
Rust.
again
Good.
to attack.
Alright.
17. Okay, that's not too bad. 25.
Roll me a deck save.
Ah. 5. Oh, okay. 24.
So as you go to swing, you see him try to bait you into a shield block, in which he kind of like knocks the sword off to the side and then goes in for a kick. But somehow you manage to see it, even though you're in mid swing, and kind of like leap to the side a little bit. To which again he readies up, he takes his sword and bashes the shield a little bit. Good, again.
I want to try something actually. Can I pull out a shield that I have equipped?
Do you have a shield?
Yes, if it's in my inventory.
Is your Dragon Slayer sword versatile?
Yes.
And then lastly, do you have proficiency with long swords?
Yes.
Then you would be able to use that weapon as sword and board.
Awesome. So she's gonna pull out her shield, kind of give her a defensive position. Although she's not really. The problem is I'm not. Oh shit! Wait, I'm not. Experienced in shield though. I don't think.
Heavy armor, light armor, medium armor, shields. Yeah.
Oh, I am. Okay. So she's gonna hold up her shield, and she's going to. How close is she to him?
About 5 feet.
I want to try to shield back, like do what he did, kind of.
Strength check.
Oh fuck. $14? That's not too bad. Not
So
great either.
you tried to use your shield arm to knock his shield out of the way. But in attempting to do so, kind of leaves yourself open because you're not familiar with sword and shield like this. And he very easily does a maneuver that trips you up and knocks you on your ass.
As she like sits on her ass, she's gonna kind of like frown a bit and kind of like clench her fists, especially the sword in her hand, where her knuckles kind of turn white in anger. And
But
she's gonna glare
gnome-
at him. She's like,
You were saying?
"Oh, she's gonna glare at him and mutter something in her common tongue in Gnomish." And she's like, "Fucking maneuver, bastard bitch!" Ah!
And he readies his stance again, and you just hear something of him that says, "For a gnome, you have power, but you don't know how to use it."
She kind of rolls her eyes and goes like, "Who cares about power? All I care about is taking your ass down now."
If you can land but one strike on me on this next go, then I have permission to let you two leave. So come at me with everything you got.
She kind of glances at a frown, and what that turns into a smirk, and goes, "Oh, so you want to wager, huh? All right. If you manage to disarm me and knock me on my ass again, both sword and shield, I will let you trade me until I can't move a muscle. Otherwise, I'm getting the hell out of here."
You know what they say. Be careful what you wish for. Go in for an attack.
Who is me or
You go in for an
Yeah.
attack.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, shit. Oh no! Oh no! At least it's not in that one. I will say, at least it's not in that one.
Give me athletics or acrobatics, whichever one's higher.
This guy's got to be like twice Nyla's height, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'll take the 19.
And now I need a strength check.
Fuck.
So, you go in for your attack, which in the quickest of reactions is blocked and almost like reversed in your direction. With the athletics check, he goes in for a big boot to your chest. But he rolled higher, so he connects. You go knocking back to the ground. But because you are still not familiar with holding your long sword one-handed with a shield, when you hit the ground, both of them go sprawling out in different directions. You lose grip of it. And while you're laying there staring up at the sun, he just quietly approaches you, both weapons at his side. A deal's a deal.
Can I do a stealth of hand, grab the dirt, and throw it at his eyes?
I mean, sleight of hand.
Or a sleight of hand?
You're really gonna
Same
do a
thing.
dirty tactic? You
A fight's a
lost.
fight.
Well,
You don't have rules set for a fight, anything goes.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
roll sleight of hand. Roll sleight of hand.
Nine times out of 10, a fair fight is a rigged fight.
Listen, I had a half-orc monk get way farther than they should have at level 3 in a professional underground fighting ring once, purely because they learned, oh, if they leave the ring, they lose. Got it. Grapple.
Without your shield, what's your AC?
Hang on, I gotta. Is it okay if I unequipped it to see?
Yeah, you just
It should be
gotta
-2.
uncheck it.
It's either -1 or -2.
17.
17? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you throw a handful of dirt in his face as he's about to turn and address Tibbers.
Mhm.
And in doing so, he kind of just like does looks to be like a punch move with shield in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Because he rolled a nat 20.
Hmm.
You get an edge of the shield directly to the chest,
Whoa.
while his sword comes down like an inch from your face, sticks into the dirt. But you get this full throttle like shield punch where the edge of the shield collides directly with your midsection, knocking the wind clear out of you. You end up taking like 26 points in bludgeoning damage.
Hey.
Damn.
And he kind of drops to a knee and gets real close, and he's all like, and a spotter that's dirty. But on the battlefield,
Right.
that's exactly what you need to do. And he
She'll
gets
kind of
up.
like pant heavily and just kind of glare at him.
He
And
gets
says,
he gets
"Whoever
up.
asked."
Whoever what?
She kind of like as she's trying to take her breaths, get her air back. She's like, "Whoever asked for your fucking opinion?"
Oh,
That's not
In
a way to talk
words-
to your new trainer.
you asked for who? For my opinion? Oh, let me put it in the words that you might understand.
Hang on.
The-
Or what?
Let me
Okay.
put this in words you can understand. The ice bitch's rage knows no bounds.
Oh shit! Oh no!
And instantly you realize he was sent.
She'll just like throw her head back on the ground, just closing her eyes, and under her breath, she's like, "Next time, I'll keep my mouth shut."
He gets up and lets you sit for a minute. He tells Tibbers that he can go and points the way to the door.
Timbers basically kind of like has his death lance, uses it to get up, and as a sign of respect, he basically gives like a little bow. He's like, "Thank you, sir," and he basically proceeds for the door.
Mm-hmm. So Tibbers is excused, and all the trainer does is go and get a new shield and grabs a drink and just is waiting for Nyla to get up because they have some training to do. So, with that being set in motion, we now zip over to Alyssa and Cecile as they enter the Worm in the Wand.
Sorry, there's thunder and somebody is being a bit of a shit. Hey, come here. Okay. You're just gonna have background works. Bad girl. It's thunder. You can't win. Okay. Interesting place.
Mm-hmm.
How packed is this? What time of day did we even get here? We were in the Underdark. Time's fucking.
It's like midday to approaching evening now.
How full is this place?
Not very. I mean, it's busy in terms of taverns, but not as packed as what you would think it would be. People coming and going fairly quickly.
Is this a tavern or is this the store? 'Cause it looks more like a store.
It's kind of like a little shop, a little shop.
Why not both?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
I just
fuck it,
don't know
why-
where chairs are.
They're in the back.
Nah, it's a tavern. It's just a thing.
Okay. Alright, cool.
Welcome to Chivalry Hand, Shovel Leather.
It has a buffet and everything.
So, like, how many people?
Now this was when it was supposed to be the map for Alita and whatnot. I don't know. Anyhow, yeah, you guys get to a tavern nearby, where you guys can sit and drink. There's, you get kind of served as soon as you guys take your seats, and everything from wines to ales to, what is it that you guys need. They
Put the carrot.
Got food on hand if somebody wants to eat. Rooms upstairs if you guys need a place to crash. All of that is neatly placed on the table as you guys are.
Nice. I'll look at Alyssa. Like, are we staying here? Or you want to get back right away?
Or do I want
Sorry, breaking up a little. You do want to get back?
uh, I don't know. I know I need a rest at some point, but I don't know. What would you like to do?
Right. You're interrupting me. Can you lie down? No, apparently. It's a thunderstorm.
Dog said no.
She's
Yeah,
she's
dog
she's
said
trying to
no.
fight the thunder. Anyway. Well, what I'd like to do is find Takisa and chop her head off and just end this before she becomes a dragon. I don't know how well that's gonna work.
Yeah, I'd like that too. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Carrot.
But
Have a carrot.
I think we should have one night here, and then we continue with our mission at full speed. Personally, because we've been going nonstop for a while.
I mean, technically over a week. It didn't feel like a week, but
Just 8 hours. All I need.
mm-hmm.
But I don't know if we want to stay here or if we want to stay somewhere else in town.
Yes, we can check with Lolita. But I'm
Yeah,
getting a
we should
drink.
probably
You want a
just-
drink?
Fuck yes.
Alright. Point to probably not the most alcoholic things since we're still determining shit. Like mid-level.
Yeah,
Like more than a Bud Light, but not a Long Island.
more than a Bud Light, but not liquor.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
an AMF.
I'll order two.
All right. You guys get a couple of drinks for the two of you and maybe like a snack or something like that while you guys are waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we'll share an appetizer.
Any weird looks in this bar or no?
Not necessarily, because the whole town is very open to all species and all different races and whatnot. So seeing a human and an elven, fair or not, is very common. You might get some gawks at the armor. You might get some eyes that are looking at the gems along the blood, along the axes and stuff like that. But otherwise, the whole town just doesn't kind of seem to bat an eye. You might have to do something crazy to really draw attention.
Because Cecile's trying to see. Cecile has. Oh my god. More or less that Cecile's trying to remember if she's ever been in Silvery Moon. That kind of thing.
Near it, around it, maybe not exactly in it.
Hey, come get a carrot.
You seem to have less attention drawn to you by the locals and a little bit more eyes that keep kind of staring at Cecile from the guards and the spell guard and the silver knights and whatnot.
Oh.
Dangerous.
How much attention am I getting?
They are semi-alert. Less of they find you suspicious and more of they are just keeping tabs on where you are.
Neat. And more Cecile than Alyssa.
Yes.
Okay. Am I getting that with just my passive, or do you want me to roll?
That's just from your passive.
Okay.
I mean, there's a couple of, guards in the tavern with you guys. So unless you go
Wait.
and try to ask them anything, they just kind of silently watch you guys.
If Cecile's picking up on this, like maybe.
Now,
we
granted,
don't
there's
stay
a
in the
couple
tavern.
of barmaids and barmen running around serving people. You might even be able to get something out of them as they pass by.
I mean, yeah.
Sounds like a good idea.
I will
you stop?
conveniently get up to get a different drink
Okay.
and let Alyssa flag people down because I don't have the charisma.
Yay!
As Cecile kind of like, give me a second, walks up and goes, gets another different drink. Yeah, one of the bar wenches walks up near Alyssa. Alyssa quietly like, can I talk to you for a moment? Just real quick. And they come over like, yes, how can I help you?
What's up with the guards?
The guards, I mean, they're always here. Was there something a bit more specific?
Yeah, well, they're really my partner. I'm very curious as to why.
Yeah, you could even tell sitting there that as soon as Cecile got up and wandered over to the bar, that every guard's, like, even heads are starting to turn to watch her more than you. And the waitress is like, that is quite a bit unusual. Let me find out. And just zips off.
Okay.
And across the far side of the room, as she's like setting down some drinks for people, kind of walks up to one of the guards, and the guard's way taller than she is, and he kind of leans down and she kind of gestures and kind of like nods your guys' way. And you see the guard reply and then stand back up as the waitress kind of goes, okay, and then scurries back over to you. And as she's placing some rags down and kind of wiping off your table, she just kind of sits there, and they are keeping tabs on a character that may or may not be here. What did he call her? Cecile the Bloody?
Can I ask?
So
why?
they're just
They didn't say anything else. That was it.
no. They got word that that this person might be in the area, so they're just kind of keeping tabs. That is what he told me.
Huh. Okay, I'm just gonna tap right here, and Thor's gonna come skittering down and spits out a platinum coin. That's yours. You can have that.
Wait, are you sure?
Yes, absolutely.
That's all right. Pleasure doing business. And she just kind of like scoops it up with her rag and skeeters off.
She's like,
Matter cares.
this is one hell of a tip.
So while Cecile is still up and away for a moment, I'm gonna kind of go over. I'm gonna be bold. I'm gonna go over to one of the guards and be like, Cecile.
Oh, I'm taking my time.
What about it?
Curious as to why you're keeping tabs on a character named Cecile? Is this person a threat?
Cecile the Bloody, to be exact.
Okay, is this person a threat? Sorry, Cecile the Bloody.
Potentially.
Who told you this?
My commander-in-chief.
Who's your commander?
Jalessa, of course. Everybody in Silvery Moon knows this.
Do you think that Cecile the Bloody is dangerous?
If it is in fact Cecile the Bloodied, yes. We have
I
not
wonder how
yet
she got that
confirmed.
nickname. I wonder how she got that nickname. What are your thoughts?
You don't know the story of Cecile the Bloodied?
No, please enlighten me.
Over the course of 5 centuries, wreaked havoc in these parts. From the northern ward of the Elven Conclave all the way up to the mountains of High. Tyrannical character. Slaughtered so many. Came very close to entering our city. And we have been on high alert for this person ever since. Granted, it has been a quiet 100 or so years. But nevertheless, anybody who fits the description is being monitored.
Okay. Do you know if this person might be traveling with anyone, or are they solo?
I do not know about this person's compatriots. All we know that they were a solo tyrannical threat for many years in these parts. And we were given word today that the suspicion of this person might be in the area. So a few people that we have noticed matching said description are just being monitored. But unless they do something brash, we are told to leave them alone.
Okay. I was just curious.
You kind of see him go from like the stoic guard to a little uneasy, and if your friend there is truly the person we're supposed to watch, it might be a good idea to tell them to keep their head down. That is all. And Ghost snaps back to his posted attention. He like just barely breaks character for a minute.
Is it just him, or has he got someone standing there with him?
He's got someone nearby, but just out of earshot.
So Thor is very sneakily going to slip a platinum coin in each of their suits. Just very, very so sneakily, like, and when Alyssa walks away, they might see him skittering up to Alyssa. Just a thank you. A silent thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yep, there's a bit of like a sash with like the insignia and whatnot that Thor could put a little, kind of like covered a little pocket or something like that, drop it in there, so that he doesn't have to flinch, but still will have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I need to get rid of 3. Remove. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go back to Cecile with this information. Be like, so, ever heard of Cecile the Bloodied?
Makes me wonder if Cecile's like mid-drink when you ask this.
Mhm.
to see if her constitution is strong enough to not spit it all over the table or not.
We'll roll for that. Why not?
Oh Lord.
Because the last person who barely brought up the name was your fun little Feyre friend,
Hmm.
and no one's uttered a word of it until suddenly Alyssa blurts it out.
So
Oh
Ben,
no,
check your
this is a
saving throw.
whisper. This is a whisper. I'm not being
That's-
real loud with it. I'm just like, hey,
Mhm.
so Cecile the bloody.
Check her saving throw, Timmy.
Let's do a saving throw.
Oh
And
Lord.
that's going to be a lot
That'd be
higher.
nice. Okay. Not so great.
Okay. You didn't
17.
splurt it everywhere, but you, soon as Alyssa mutters the words, there's a bit of a mid-drinking snort, which
Hmm.
drink goes down. You know, you go for the nose. You might have just like nearly spit some out of your nose a little bit, but it's just kind of like, oh, okay, hi.
Hmm.
There's a shock to that name that Alyssa gets right up in her face.
I'll be like, I think we need to go somewhere more private. Private.
Mhm.
Private.
Hmm. I'll sending stone Droon, because I think Alyssa got her answer from that reaction.
Yeah.
Just be like, hey, where are y'all?
Where exactly would we be at?
You guys would be probably wondering, just having left the shop, probably en route to where they're at.
We're heading towards the Worm and Wand.
We need somewhere to lie low.
I'll just hand it to Alyssa. There.
All right.
So Alyssa with the sending stone is going to be like, if Alita is with y'all, we need somewhere to lie low, and we need it now.
Oh.
Nothing. We're not in trouble.
Okay.
Everything's fine, but we need it right now.
I just look over at Alita. Anywhere we can lie low? Apparently.
Go get them and bring them back to the shop. We can go upstairs. Nan will put tea on.
We should probably do that then.
All right.
Yeah, we'll meet you just down the street from the.
Where exactly is that?
Would it be heading? Have them head towards
Alita
the right
would probably give the instruction.
as they come out?
Yeah.
Alita is going to tell Idrune where
I just hand the
tavern
stone.
is.
I just hand the stone to Alita.
Okay. Alita's gonna stare at the stone like a confused child, hand it back to Idrune, tell her where the tavern is, and tell her to go get her sister. And then meet her back here.
All right.
I'll be there in just a few moments.
Make it quick. Stealthily. Make it
Will
quick.
do. Will do.
Gonna
And
finish my drink.
I head off by myself towards
true.
the Worm and Wood.
I think Alyssa and Cecile are just
Mm.
okay.
Cecile isn't like, you can tell it's that intentional, moving very slowly in all actions.
To not pose as a threat.
Yeah,
I got you. Yep.
hands goes absolutely nowhere near the sword.
CC being left with Alita is asking about the shopkeep that he just talked to. I'm trying to get his whole story.
The
Cece
whole
just
story.
completely unaware about, just unaware of what's going on, just focusing on
Yes.
what he just got in that.
Yes.
Yeah, Alita's gonna look at him with a bright smile and go, well, guess what? You get to go back to him, because we're turning around and going back to the shop once the girls catch back up.
Sweet.
Let me feed my dogs. I'll be right back. 1 second.
I'm grabbing a Springer. With carrots.
Mm.
Distract from the boom booms. She's one of the few dogs I found who's like, ooh, carrots.
I get to talk to my favorite friend, Duda.
You've replaced Tannis so easily. My poor grandfather.
I'm sure he'll live. If Tannis gives CC stuff for free rather than, 1,000 gold. I'm sure that'll change right back.
I'm back. Alexa. TV off.
Let's say if mom is listening, I sent a question in Discord.
Mom is currently serving dinner.
Gotcha.
If you would like to pose the question at her spawn, you're more than welcome to.
I mean, if it's a question of if the guards know, does Nan know? The answer is probably yes.
Yeah.
Did you nervous toot? Because it smells terrible.
Oh, that was weird.
Have an orange crown.
Okay. Yeah, now that we have clarification. So all right, so one group and the other group are going to go find each other. And get brought back to the shop. Tibbers.
Sir.
What is it that you are now doing since you are freed?
Like I said, I was going to go find a blacksmith, or at least hold on 1 second.
And all the kids are acting up.
Yeah, kids were acting up. Of course, basically, go find a blacksmith.
You go try to find a blacksmith?
Yep. Basically, of course, I'm going to be I'm going to be asking people around, like, excuse me, pardon me, do you know where I can find a blacksmith?
Given the side of town you were on, you are constantly instructed that there is a man by the name of Randy.
Randy?
That is more than sufficient for all of your crafting needs.
All right, then basically, I asked them, where can I find this Randy? And of course, wherever they're pointing me to, I basically just follow a trail of people that point me in the direction.
Yep. You get told to go towards a shop that is made up of multiple shops, which ironically and thankfully is in the same spot the rest of your group is gathering.
Oh, goody.
All but one.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
One.
This is gonna be fun to see me walking out on my own. All right, so I guess until I bump into them, it's like if I see them before they see me, I'm basically like, oh crap, I'm gonna try at least try keep a low cover so they don't see me because I don't need to get any more shit with them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still gonna be looking for Randy.
Alrighty. Eventually, you come up to a door for a large building of many different. You got food aromas. You hear the sounds of crafting, all this kind of stuff. And now that we have confirmation that the shop of the shop, you guys all find yourself here. You know, where all the different people are running around. You got the dwarf Tosco?
Yeah, it's Costco.
You got Fizzle, which is a human male. A wood gnome female by the name of Brandy.
Ooh, yes, I'll keep that in mind for later.
Crystal is wandering about, and Randy, or the maker, is also running around.
Ah, damn it.
And as well
Let's
as
see, but-
right outside the door, as you approach, happens to be DC, Aelita, and Hydrune. And down one of the far roads, as you approach, you can see that Alyssa and Cecile are also on approach.
All right, have
with CC. Was with
I want
CC
to
on
try.
Alyssa.
I want to try to get into the building without anybody noticing me. I want to try to get into this building
Good
without
luck
anyone
with
noticing
that
me.
because Alita is standing right in front of the door.
Is there a back door to this place?
There are
Not that you
several,
can access.
yes.
All right,
Not
so
one
what
that
I'm
you
gonna
know
do
about.
is, I guess since everyone's like right here, I guess I'm coming. If I'm coming from this side, I'm gonna duck down the alleyway. When I'm like, oh nope, duck down the alleyway.
Okay, stealth check.
Let me see. Roll. All right, uno momento. There we go. Yay, an 18.
My passive is 20.
My passive's 21.
My passive is 18.
16.
My passive's only 12, so.
Wow. So
Even without having to make people counter roll, you are spotted by like 4 of them. Do you
I
try
book
to
it down. I
duck?
book it down the alleyway. I book it down the alleyway. Kind of like run like Jack Sparrow.
Like you jump into a bush and realize that you got several sets of eyes on you with a quizzitive look, and then you just say "fuck it" and sprint.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm like, it's like kind of one of those things where I kind of try to pick up the bush with me, kind of like do a little slow side step and whatnot. And then I'm like, after it's like, well, this ain't working. Fuck it. I just basically just like throw the put the bush down and run.
Okay. So you make it to the backside of the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
I make it to the backside of the building. I kind of look behind, make sure I'm not being chased.
There's a very large set of double doors. That's large enough for carts to go in and out of.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go in through those double doors.
I'll lean over to Alyssa and be like, just let him think that he's sly.
Works for me.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Less
The
trouble
one
on our
person that
part.
y'all think constantly gets in trouble, y'all are gonna let him run free.
Cece, I didn't
Okay.
see anything. What do you see?
So you're trying to open up these double doors.
The ones in the back, yeah.
Okay.
I just realized Alita saw you too. So she's
Yeah, I
probably
know,
going to
everyone
find the
practically-
consequences of your actions.
I think everyone saw me except for Hydrune, I think.
And CC.
And Suzu.
So you go and pull on the doors, but
Oh wait, no,
there's
hold up.
Oh.
Fuck it, yeah. I already said I was gonna open them.
All right. So you go ahead and try to pull on the doors, and there seems to be a bar on the inside of it that prevents it from being opened.
Okay, I basically like, what would a sane person do? What would Alyssa do? No, Alyssa would knock the door down. What would Cecile knock the door down? Alita? Yeah, what would Alita do? Oh yeah, knocks on the door.
No, Alita would come through the front door.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about if Alita was in front of a door that's not opening, what would Alita do? Oh yeah, knock, knock, knock. Be polite.
Timbers being polite. This is strange.
Guess he can. learn, okay.
Nothing happens.
Quick question. I see these boxes over here. Is there? I basically walk over to that way, and I look up. Do I see like a window or something like that?
Well, there is a kind of higher window, yeah.
Okay, I climb up the. Go ahead and climb up the boxes. Kind of look through the window just to see what I see.
The window's kind of foggy. That back half of the building's kind of dark with that door closed. You see a whole series of boxes that are seemingly like some of them are closed, some of them are open. They have straw linings and whatnot. Seem to be like decked out with like weaponry and armor and stuff like that. But that's about as far as you can tell from that window.
Okay. Can I look back? Do I see? Do I notice this door over here?
Says it's a door.
I don't know. Do you?
I basically, of course, I basically, after I can't see, I basically do look over in this general direction.
Yeah, you spot a door.
Okay. Hop off the boxes, go over there, knock on that door. Got it. Go ahead and knock on the door.
Nothing happens.
I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can't, like, see if the door, check to see if the door's locked.
No, yeah, it seems to be locked by something from the inside.
Okay. Alright, fair enough. I basically, kind of like throw my hands in the air, like, alright, fuck it. And I walk around this corner and I head right back to the front. And I can imagine that, Cecile and Alyssa are probably around here. I basically just walk by, throwing up 2 fingers like, yo.
Like all of that before was all intentional.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I basically just basically like, yo, and I basically head for the front. I basically head to the front door.
Yeah, you gotta meet up with everybody. There's only one person that's not part of your party right now.
Yeah, that's Nyla, I know.
But your party doesn't know what happened.
Okay.
I mean, I'll ask Timbers and be like, "Where's Nyla?"
Nyla? Who's Nyla?
I'll ask him how he escaped from the guards.
Alita's gonna ask that, and I'm gonna look at her with a smile, with like a soft smile, saying, "I was let off for good behavior." I'm gonna chuckle myself on that one.
I'm gonna put my hand up to his forehead. You feeling okay?
Basically, I kind of like put my hands on her wrist, kind of like take her hand, turn around, and put like the back of her hand on my forehead. It's like, do I feel like I'm running a fever?
That burns your skin.
Ah.
It's the silvered armor. I was intentionally doing this to not burn you. So if you do that,
I mean, it's like one of those things.
No. You gotta use the back of your hand, and then as soon as you touch the forehead, you are reminded why she did it the way she did, and you're just like,
I'm not okay now.
No, I feel like it's one of those things where I'm like, here, like, hold on, yeah, use back of your hand. When it's like, psst, like, wait, that's silver. Oh. Ah! Like, okay,
Oh man,
there's a nice little like imprinting of
yeah, it's like
spines of the armor.
Yeah. Like, hey, nice little tattoo on my forehead. Thanks.
in spirit, the brothers. In spirit, the dwarf brothers are like, at least we know it works.
But I basically kind of be like, well, besides what just happened just now with my forehead, yeah, I'm perfectly fine. But anyway, I got some business I need to do inside as I basically, kind of like 2 fingers pointing towards the door and turn on heel and head for the door.
All right, so you walk inside the door.
And I'm
So you
basically,
see
I
in-
can already tell, like, with all the other taverns and shops, I'm basically probably be taken aback from this place.
Oh yeah, this is like several different shops all crammed into one. Kind of has a bit of everything here. You know, you got your artificer, you got your potions, you got your healing, you got everything.
My goodness, like walls to wall full of marts. Man, this should be like a store or something, you know? Like, what would you call a bunch of marts against a wall? I know, Costco. Kmart. You know, I
But-
basically look for someone.
Chris,
I look for someone- Go
Crystal,
ahead.
who other people know as Grandma right now, is just kind of sitting, walking around. And as soon as you walk in, she kind of gives you a side eye of, "Oh, you found the front door, I see."
Yep.
Referring to
what?
your attempts to get in every other way.
Like, wow, is that how you? It's like, well, excuse me, ma'am, is that how you greet all your customers? It's like, if that's true, if that's how it is, then you might need to work on that just a bit.
You'd be surprised.
Fair enough. I basically, you know, kind of just start walling around trying to find Randy.
Randy can be found counting his coin that he got off of Cece.
Mhm.
And you like announce it.
Alright.
You just looking around for an artificer. What are you looking?
No, I basically, I guess wherever. Actually, since you're basically saying like this, like wall to wall with like many different things, I basically go look at artificer things and like try to look for a tuning fork, kind of looking at the wares and whatnot, you know, perusing.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of like bardic tuning forks. You need to get its particular tune.
I'm looking, basically looking at all these tuning forks. Like, if I think hard enough, I might just know what I'm looking for.
Timber's thinking, wow, that must hurt.
2-second damage.
In the meantime, the rest of y'all see Tibbers walk into the shop, not having answered the question about where's Nyla.
Yeah.
I enter the
Aelita
shop
is
going
going
to look for a friend.
to flag down the closest guard and ask him if he could kindly retrieve her other gnomish friend.
That might be a little difficult.
Is she arrested?
Why would that be difficult?
Your rat sent Jasper to go train her.
Oh no, not Jasper. Okay. Alright.
I'll look at Alita and be like, should we be worried?
Should we be concerned?
No, Jasper is one of I don't want to call him one of my aunt's prized possessions, but that's essentially what he is. He is one of her prized fighters, like top tier with sword and shield. And if she has sent him to train Nyla, I'll go collect her in an hour or so.
Yay. Am I getting
A
weird looks
raised
from the guards here too?
eyebrow.
They're watching, but they're leaving you alone.
But still that focused watching.
Yeah, unfortunately.
We need to go somewhere. Right now.
And Timber's over there.
I'm
just,
sure
you know,
Alita probably picks up on it too with that passive.
Timber's over there picking up tuning forks and just giving him a flick.
Considering he likely makes eye contact with Alita while she's speaking and then is looking over her shoulder while he's not speaking. So
I walk in, talk to my
Alita is
friend.
going to Alita's gonna push the doors open behind her letting Cece in first, and
Thank
then
you.
just kind of gesturing to the other three.
I'll go in.
Yep.
Are there guards in the shop too?
Nope. This is one of the few places where there's no guards inside
Does
the
it
building.
look like they want to follow?
If you could see facial expressions on a few of them, yes. But they also have the same facial expressions of do not touch. But considering where Aelita's family ties are, probably one of the few places where the guards will not go.
If you guys want someplace private, I would recommend coming upstairs with me into the kitchen, and I can put on a kettle for tea or something.
Sounds like a good idea. Tea sounds nice.
I love how with Hydroon's passive, Hydroon hasn't picked up on anything yet.
So yeah, everybody follows Aelita upstairs, probably except Tibbers and Cece, who are gonna remain and
All I know is the
Pester
concern that
Randy.
was in Alyssa's voice over the sending stone.
Okay.
Do I get any looks from Nan?
You get a faint hello. But she
Nod.
doesn't really do anything. None of them in the shop seem to give you the same look that the guards had. You can't tell if they're going with the flow or if they seriously don't know.
Mm.
And knowing Nan, probably both. Knows who you are, doesn't care.
I mean, the helm comes off indoors, so
Probably because Nan knows that if anything happens to Aelita, there are so many that would hunt. So many.
Mhm.
So,
yeah, upstairs, good.
we got Artificer who's bugging the other Artificer. We got the Deep Gnome that's going around finding tuning forks. And of course, just getting random notes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I kind of assumed that.
Is he just not looking at the notes of, you know, what the tuning for? If Timber's just smacking random tuning forks.
Ding,
Yeah,
G.
pretty much.
Ding, A flat. Ding.
You know, I'm basically just like, pick up tuning forks, just give them a flick and whatnot. In all honesty, it's me we're talking about. I'm just doing that until someone's like, "Excuse me, do you need help?" I'm like, "Oh yes."
Are you
finally."
putting
It's
them
like, "Oh,
back in the same spot that you found them?
Of course.
Okay.
I would
Let's
assume
say,
not, but
if
okay.
not, buttermint would probably be all up in your grill right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
Imagine
yeah, no, I get
mixing
like
up
I do a
plain
little
shit.
flick and then I put it right back.
It's like, yeah, this should take us to the water plane.
After a couple of dings, someone in the shop shouts, "It's open!" Ding, it's open!
Upstairs. Yep, upstairs.
All right, so you guys head upstairs?
Apparently, it would be Frizzle, not Buttermint.
Fizzle.
No fizzle.
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 Oh, I didn't notice there was no R. Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, Fizzle's probably the one shouting,
Man, I'd
"It's
love a
open."
magic shop run by Miss Frizzle. Great.
It'd be bigger on the inside.
But yeah, let me you guys go upstairs. Aelita puts on some tea.
Mhm,
It's probably the first spot in all of Silver Moon that feels completely isolated from the rest of the town. There's no prying eyes. There's no hair on the back of your head that somebody's listening or watching or anything like that. It's just finally you guys just chilling out.
regardless, Alyssa is still gonna cast alarm.
On what?
Just in
Just
Well, so describe it to me. You said we're in a room. Was there a hallway leading to this room?
Yes, but not a short one. So essentially the upstairs, kind of over that back area where Timbers did his little runaround is kind of like an apartment or like a home style setup.
Okay.
Where you go up the stairs, it's like 3 blocks worth of a hallway and then the kitchen.
Yeah, it's like condos above the
Okay.
shopping place.
Yeah.
I'll probably cast alarm within 30 feet of the door. Just because.
okay.
Enough to be out of earshot, but enough that if it goes off, I can just be like, and everybody will go quiet.
Oh, more as a to know somebody's close enough to potentially hear.
Yes. To know that somebody's close enough to know that somebody could be friendly, could be bad. Just the initial, hey, something's coming.
Okay. Yeah. You drop alarm just to kind of
Yes.
be warned of anything in the area. But yeah. You guys gonna have some tea and have a little discussion?
Have some tea, spill some tea, same thing.
Yeah, that.
Why not both?
Out of,
¿Por qué no los dos?
out of character, I would like to ask if anyone would know the name Clay. If anything, I'm asking you guys.
Is that your last name?
That's the last name.
Okay.
Like in character, would any of you know the name Clay?
Timmy walked away.
He told me to ask.
No?
Got it.
No.
Got it.
Probably not.
Just wondering.
Oh, the
because he
cook
finally
is
said
like
his name. He
refilling.
finally said his
That's dope. I mean, is a good name. Do you want us to call you by your full name or the letters?
letters is preferred.
We can do that.
But Mouse, simply asking doesn't ask the question.
Cece,
You need to
Cece,
give them
you
a
realize
reason
there's
as
gonna be
to
times-
why they would know
Do
you.
you guys know? Do you guys know Caduceus Clay?
No, but
Nope.
Cece, you do realize that there are probably going to be times where I'm just going to call you Triple C, right?
Yes. Caduceus Clay is from Critical Role, one of the main members.
Oh,
of
me.
Community
I
Night.
thought you were in character.
The
No, not
player.
in character. Out of
Oh,
character.
yeah.
The player.
No, player, yes.
Yes, one of Talison's
Is
finer
he
works.
Are you like his little brother or
I am one of his grandchildren,
cousins?
I think.
He wouldn't be his grandkid though, because if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, he's Ace,
Right.
but related to him in some probably
Related to him.
niece, grandniece, nephew, something,
Mm-hmm.
grandnephew, something. I don't know.
I needed the word that better.
Okay. So with that, for
Cecile is doing the I know I have to explain some things, but also how the fuck do I explain some things?
yeah, if anyone
Staring
knows,
at like
I would say, if anybody knows the name Caduceus Clay, it's probably going to be in Storybook. Unless there is something that you want specific people to know about you based on the fact that the Furbolgs are all, nature driven and stuff like that, that despite them being like healers and druids and stuff like that, you're an artificer.
Paladin artificer to be
Yeah.
exact.
Yeah. So, I
Tomato,
mean,
potato.
I'm sure the Emerald Enclave probably knows the name, even maybe as far as the gnomes knowing the name. But as like a great grandniece, there's probably enough time that has passed. Yeah.
Mhm.
Probably enough time has passed where probably not all that familiar.
Right.
But yeah.
I just wanted to ask to make sure.
I mean that's still very vaguely open. I mean,
Yeah.
not everybody knows Critical Role. Not everybody knows what Caduceus has done. On top of that, if this is X amount of years later, you asking, do you know this character? Well, that doesn't quite do into it. You can choose people. Like if you know Caduceus is known for being very big in like the nature world, then
Right.
maybe the druid knows of the clays, and so on and so forth. So otherwise, it's just people probably know the name and history.
I was asking like Alita's family, does they know as well?
Not
I'm just
everyone
asking.
centuries
Not
old
everyone.
knows
I'm about to say,
everyone's
as like a society, they probably know the name.
Mhm.
Because Silvery Moon's whole aspect of like all welcoming and stuff like that would really fit with the clays and stuff like that. But unless you're talking about something super specific, it's hard to know.
Yeah. I just said my name and I was waiting for someone to say, "Aren't you related?" Yeah, but I was just assuming.
Who's to say that those storylines are even remotely on the same plane of existence?
You were talking to an artificer too. You were. It wasn't like you were talking to Brandy, who is a druid.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Look at Alyssa and be like, "Are we waiting for Nyla to get here, or you want me?"
So I was going to talk to you about that. You and I can speak privately if you need to.
No,
Or
it's
we can wait.
probably
Whatever you're more comfortable with. We can always catch Nyla up. Because God knows how long that's going to happen for. And God knows how cognitive she's going to be after her training.
Yeah, don't worry. Forget about me. Just talk about it later.
Long and short of it, I don't remember much. You remember back at, I think at our last meeting, you remember me giving back the scroll and me talking with Dylan and Remy?
Yeah.
I more or less went off the deep end for what I thought was maybe 100 years. Turns out that was 400 to 500. After, yeah.
So that event caused you to go ballistic for almost 500 years.
Yeah.
And that's why the guards are scared shitless, pretty much at this point. Got it. Okay.
And why I locked myself away for 100 or so years with the Giants. Yeah. That's why I knew where to take Timbers when Timbers was it himself, because I didn't want to see a repeat of that.
Yeah, that it makes sense now. Wow. That's a long time.
It's a very long time.
Mhm.
So
Only
Alyssa's just
experience.
gonna kind of like address the rest of the party. So kind of lay low until we leave Silvery Moon, or at
I
least
don't
Cecile
know.
will lay low. But we
But
should
yeah,
all err on the side of caution.
Well, you don't need to
Me?
worry about that with me. I always kind of lay low anyway.
Yeah.
Force of
I-
habit.
me.
It was just weird. We were in the tavern and we just noticed that Cecile had been being watched for a while by all the guards in town.
And
Very
yeah,
odd.
when it's so far my only somewhat numbers count. And that was just from one incident. Ask Nyla later if she can recall the story of King Cross.
Okay.
But yeah. Then yeah, that was. Time is also weird because like, before meeting her, I was in the Feywilds. That's why I'd like. And time in the Feywild is sometimes you pop in and pop out, and it's been a year in the Feywild, but a day here. And sometimes you pop in and pop out, you're in the Feywild for a day, and it's been I don't know how many years.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z time chamber thing. Got it.
Mm-hmm. It's basically I had been away fighting in the Feywild, came back, found out my partner was murdered, and they had no leads, and I just kind of yeah.
Lost it.
Yeah.
Dots start connecting for Alyssa, and she just has this look of empathy, and it's just like, I'm so sorry.
It's why Sledge said that if there was anyone in our group who had the right to just drop him, it was me.
It makes sense.
And he would have just taken it. But
that
he swore it
makes
was
a
an
lot of sense
accident
now.
under a truth spell. So, yeah, with the shit going on, I'm not gonna take those kids' only other parent from them.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Violence begets
So,
violence.
yeah.
So I think you're making the right decision.
Yeah. So yeah, I am staying here or only going out during the day.
Yeah, probably wise.
I've got no idea what I've done here or how close I got to here. Again, I have got nothing except sometimes dreams, but I don't know if the dreams are real or not, so.
Well,
Understandable.
Connects more dots why Cecile's been working so closely with Sister Gorel because of her scrying and foresight and trying to help her piece those memories together. And then the run in with Amir and having a good chunk of her forgotten memory filled in by his account.
Yo. Yeah, I'm here and the Harpers and the Enclave basically were part of a team that did cleanup somewhat crowd control, keeping me going in safer directions. But yeah, that's yeah.
Well, at least we have a better idea of what's going on.
I'll look at Alita and be like, your aunt's got a great poker face.
Alita's gonna kind of chuckle nervously and go, "That she does."
Also, don't know if they fully confirm it if they're gonna do shit. So
Rest and get out of here.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Okay.
We can stay here. Like, up here. There are plenty of rooms.
oh, if y'all want to explore, go for it.
You said that they sell potions downstairs.
Yeah, Nan. You go see her. She'll be able to brew up whatever you want.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we should save the Artificer from the Artificer.
Which one?
Yes.
Because earlier, I'm pretty sure they're holding each other hostage.
You know, I would ask either of them.
So they're dating?
You know, it's unclear with how much they're both focused on each other's interests. Randy was very focused on Cece's notebooks, his sketchbooks, and Cece was just focused on, well, everything Randy had.
Yeah.
I just think he spent How much did he spend on that blueprint?
I would
Uh,
like
1,000.
I'd like not to say.
You
I
know,
plead the
that's a
fifth.
good question. We'll have to ask him.
Good idea.
Also save the other gnome from the crazy fighter trainer guy.
No,
Did you hear something?
dug your
I
own
didn't.
hole with that one. You've made your bed now. Lie in it.
Did you guys hear something? I thought I heard something, but I think it was just the wind.
I at least told them you were royalty, so
I know,
Just
help me
means
in
the
there,
ass kicking will be a little less.
yeah. Nothing anywhere visible, and you will recover. No permanent damage. Fine.
Oh boy.
Besides, what are scars other than great stories that can impress people? Even if you fabricate the stories behind those scars.
Just got a point.
I know he does, but you don't have to rub it in.
Oh yeah.
So eventually downstairs we got Tibbers, CC, and now Hydrone.
Yes.
Cool. Is there anything you're looking for specifically? As you're hearing the other two, CC's sitting there talking to a dude who is kind of paying attention, kind of not paying attention. As they're like going back and forth.
So it's a date. Okay.
And Tibbers is running around going ding dong, ding dong, dong, kind of just annoying the whole staff.
I'm looking for health potions for specifically the just in case situations, and strength potions.
Well, I believe Nan, or Crystal, as she'll introduce herself, will be most set on the job.
Actually, hold on. What is... Yeah, I
Or
believe
even
it's
Brandy.
Is
Or
it
even
strength
Brandy.
that I use when I'm adding that I use for my modifier on my weapons?
That or Dex, depending on the type of weapon.
For the scythe specifically. I am
Uh,
not able to tell in the description here. 'Cause I'm looking and I don't see anything.
Ow! What the fuck?
let
Ow,
me
that hurt.
look.
Smack him.
No. Have you never? You not
Oh,
learned
Sammy biting.
your finger in
Sammy
my face?
biting.
I've already bit you once today.
He
I'll
probably
do it
likes-
again.
It's getting spicy over there.
Okay, so
Do that.
the Shadowfell scythe has the same base stuff as a rapier. It is
Okay,
finesse. It is versatile and finesse, so you get to choose whichever's higher, whether it's a dex based or
Oh yeah.
it generally
Or
sticks with what's
strength-based.
higher.
hmm
Oh, then that would be strength then. So I'm looking for
Yep.
health potions and strength potions.
Let me look at it. You get a
I wouldn't do
Because
that.
I want to
As long as they don't
actually.
break the skin, you'll be fine.
Because I want to actually start using my scythe in combat when I have the opportunities. I built myself specifically to be able to get right up in their face as well as do ranged. And I have not utilized that to Hydroon's abilities.
okay.
And if I'm going to get up in their face, I want to do that extra punch if I can get a strength potion.
Gotcha.
Or even if there are if there's anything in the shop that I can buy that would permanently increase that stat.
Oh.
Why am I thinking more clearly tonight? For some reason, all the voices from my ADHD have just quieted.
Are you on
Like
medicine?
No, I'm not. That's the weird thing. I haven't taken medication for my ADHD in years.
When was
I'm
your
not sure what
last
to tell you other
dopamine?
than the fact might be relaxed. Sorry, did not mean to interrupt. I apologize.
No, you're good. You're good. But even if there is anything to increase my strength permanently in the shop that I could buy, strength potions still would help boost that even more temporarily. So, any and all of the above of what I have mentioned is what I am looking for.
Sorry, just double checking. Jeez Louise. Okay. All right. So you're looking for something to increase strength.
Yes, whether that be a permanent increase or just strength potions, preferably both, and health potions.
That reminds me. Didn't you guys pass out a bunch of tomes recently?
We did, but which one do I still have?
A bunch of what?
The
Tomes.
tomes from when we were in the tower.
I gave the athletics one to Alyssa. I didn't take one.
I'm trying to remember which one I still have. And I'm blanking on where it's at. Okay, I still have the persuasion book.
Okay. But yeah.
Which I'll probably use that right before we take a rest.
But yeah, Manual of Gainful Exercise is in Crystal's repertoire.
Okay. And how much would that be?
Does that up strength by 1 or 2?
I think when fully read, if you spend 48 hours over a period of 6 days studying the book context, your strength increases by 2, as does the maximum for the score.
So that's the book that Cecile just finished just a bit ago. Somewhere between the two sisters is still the book of, was it Wellness or something that ups con by 2?
Yes.
I don't have it. Pretty sure.
I remembered we looted it. It was fighting the orcs forever and a half ago. We were on our way from, we were in the caravan on our way to the Misty Forest from.
Oh,
Which
when I decided to pop the my Hadar thing, my Hunger of Hadar.
Yeah, and Cecile enjoyed chucking dudes into it.
Yes. And Timbers wandered into it himself.
Yep.
That was a fun fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got 2 tankards that basically make it so you can look like you're drinking, but you get drunk. And
I forgot about that.
that book. This thing doesn't remember important shit, but D&D from however many months ago. Yep. It'll
Same
hold that.
here, except only when certain details are pointed out, then the whole session kind of falls together.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that was also the session in which Sammy/Alyssa set the
Yep, that is.
raining damage in a single round. To like 140 something, 160 something.
All
It was
right.
up there.
So Brandy would have the Potion of Hill Giant Strength. And Crystal would have Manual of Gainful Exercise.
Okay. So the gainful exercise is the permanent increase, and the hill strength is the potion. How much would those cost respectively?
Let us haggle. Roll me a persuasion.
The one thing I haven't read the book for yet. Oh wait, I have advantage on that. Hold on. Dice, get out of the way. 17. Crystal often forgets to charge.
In mid-chat,
quote unquote,
you are given the tome and conversation continues. But eventually you're like, oh wait, you're looking for a potion as well, and gestures you over to Brandy, claiming that she would have what you're looking for there.
Okay. 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 I go over to Brandy. As I walk up to Brandy, I'm like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Are you
Mhm.
Don't give me that look. I saw
Yeah.
the camera.
Brandy, a wood gnome female, is a druid. And yeah, Brandy Burble Bottom. And just kind of cluttered around him. She's got like bugs, birds, plants on around her. Like inner space.
Think Radagast on steroids.
Oh, see.
And smaller. But yeah. She just kind of looks at you like, how can I help you? What you looking
I'm
for?
looking for some potions of hill giant strength.
She kind of gives you like the eye up and down, like, you want to get stronger temporarily.
It could help in a tight situation.
All right. And muddles around boxes of potions and brings out a couple of them. How many are you looking for?
How much are they?
It depends on how much you got. If you want to haggle, roll a persuasion.
I was just about to say, what do you want me to roll for this? That didn't help when they both rolled the same.
She starts at a flat number, 200 a bottle.
200 a bottle?
They're not the most common potions around. As she kind of lifts ones up and jiggles it, you see that there's something floating inside the potion.
Isn't it a giant's toenail or something?
Hill giant toenail, yeah. Sliver of a fingernail or toenail, yeah.
How much do they temporarily increase it by?
An hour.
No,
The score
score-wise.
to changes
Oh, it
your
puts you
strength
at-
to 21.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It's like the belt Alyssa has, but her belt is permanent.
I'll take 6 of them.
Oh,
If you have
1,200.
that many.
1,200. Give me a second. And she puts the two down and she goes and rummages and gets lost under, like, lifting up a nest of bird eggs and whatnot and scrambling around and grab, okay, here's another one, here's more.
Wait,
moves
hold on.
moves a plant to the side to bring out another one.
Yeah.
Tells the squirrel he has to move for like 2 seconds so she can get out another one. And then goes, I only have 5. Oh, wait, hold on. Lifts her hat that she's got, like this made of like flowers and whatnot, and plucks another one. Forget about that one. But eventually comes up with 6.
Okay. Remind me really quickly, what was the name of the book? I can't remember.
Manual of Gainful Exercise.
Okay. There it is. Okay. I hand over the cash to her. And you wouldn't happen to have any healing potions, would you?
Oh, I'm sure with a bunch of us here, we can get you some. They have plenty of the common ones,
Okay.
fewer of the greater healings, and fewer of the superior healing.
And how much does the superior healing do?
40, 8d4 plus 8.
8d plus 8. And the greater does
44 plus 4.
how much would either of those be?
It depends on your haggle.
I
Keep in
shall
mind
roll.
a normal basic common potion of healing runs for like 50 gold.
Well, I shall roll to see how much I can get the superior and maybe a couple of the greater for.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll individually for both of the different types?
If you want to.
Okay. Well, shit.
Okay.
11.
Okay.
I'll do that for the greater.
And then the superior.
Rolling it now. Don't screw me or I change the dice you're using. 17.
Okay. So they have 4 greater healing at 100 a pop.
Okay.
And they only have 4 as well of the superior healing that runs for 150 a pop.
I'm saying, huh?
I'll get all 4 of both. I'll spend 1,000 gold.
Okay. Eight potions, 1,000 gold.
4 greater, 4 superior.
Yep. So far, I think this place has been the most one-stop shop that you guys have had in a long time.
Why is nothing showing up when I go to look it up?
What are you looking up?
I'm trying to look up both the healing.
Just type in
Okay, well-
heal.
Oh, that's why it's in parentheses.
Because it's probably potion of healing and then it's variant.
Yeah, so add 4 of the greater
Mm-hmm.
and 4 of the superior.
Tibbers, as you are looking around the shelves,
Yeah, at this point, it's like I was about
you-
to say, it's like I'm about to get to the point where I'm gonna start trying to like do like a little musical with like flicking each one in tangent with another, just trying to make a song.
you find a particular item that kind of calls to you.
Ooh,
Uh,
what kind of item is it? Because
it kind of looks like a simple screwdriver.
Ooh, am I gonna be a doctor?
And despite all the other things, and despite a lot of the things that you've found, it doesn't have like a price tag on it.
I'm like, ooh.
But
basically
you
go ahead-
know this to be a rare.
A keen eye, indeed. I'm basically gonna go ahead and like pick up the screw. I'm gonna pick up that screwdriver, and I'm gonna basically kind of like like holding in the air, walling around, like trying to find someone's like, hey, I got a question about this.
Okay.
So I'm basically looking for Randy,
Randy
when
comes
I-
wandering over.
Like, hello, good sir. My name is Timbers, Sabah Timbers. I have just a few questions if you don't mind, if you're not too busy.
Okay.
I basically, of course, present the screwdrivers. Like, I know that this thing. I noticed this doesn't have a price tag on it. If you don't mind me asking, how much is this for?
He kind of looks at it, kind of quirks a brow for a second, and just kind of like shrugs and goes, "I don't know. How much do you think it's worth?"
Let me see. Badge, you mind if I make a? What would it be? A perception check. See if just see like what kind of like. So I can see what so I can get a guess of what it might be worth.
I mean, you can always try.
Alright. Advantage. Make the roll. Oh, come on. Alright, there we go. Now, there we go. Okay. Advantage, roll. Let's go. Oh, shit. There we go. Hey, nat 20 for 39.
Holy crap.
Because of this
Christ, 19? What the fuck?
why are you rolling 2d20s?
You rolled 2. You didn't roll with
No,
advantage.
because it's I get advantage on perception.
Yeah, you
check.
didn't roll with advantage.
you
It
rolled-
added 2d20s together, so it's 20
Yeah.
plus
Okay,
whatever your
so
perception
so it's
is.
just 8. So it's not 39. I guess actually
28.
Yeah, I have a separate page open because for some reason I have that same thing where I hit sheet and everything on top disappears. So I accidentally pressed it twice.
Then you hit spacebar to make it go away. Spacebar is the hot key for your cheat.
Okay, there we go. Fair enough. All right, now so yeah, it's yeah.
So it's the 19 plus what?
It's actually post plus. Let me see. Plus 7.
7?
19 plus 7. I don't know why.
So
it said
still
20.
So you
for
got
the
a 26.
Yeah.
Because this is a rarer quality, it's a little bit better quality. Something like that could sell probably easily for a few thousand.
Silver.
Gold.
Okay. I'm gonna look at them. I'm gonna basically look at this like, I mean, it's nice looking, but I would say at least maybe 2 platinum.
Oh, you definitely need a persuasion.
Okay. Let's see.
Because you mentioned 2
Persuasion.
platinum and he just kind of scoffs at you.
17.
If anything, that thing's worth 1,500.
It's like I'll tell you what. I'll take this and at least those tuning forks. Those tuning forks.
What do you mean by those? There are a lot of them over there.
Basically, I'm not. Yeah, I'm pointing at the tuning forks over there. It's like those tuning forks. Those are, of course. I'm going to be asked a stupid question. Those are those are barred tuning forks, right? Can they be used for anything else?
I don't recommend sticking it up your bum if that's what you're thinking.
I basically look at him like, sir, what I do behind closed doors or do behind trees does not mean you can judge me.
Well, in that case, to answer your question, it can do a lot of things.
Cool.
Other than being a bardic tuning fork.
Okay. So I basically tell him that I want to go ahead and I'll say I'll go ahead and buy this screwdriver, at least 2 of those tuning, about 3 tuning forks for about 15 platinum. I hold out my hand. Deal? Do we have ourselves a deal, sir?
You're really trying to undershoot it, aren't you?
It's like, hey, this thing is nice, but for about 1,500 platinum, I would not say so.
No, for 1,500 gold. Where are you getting platinum? Also, 15 platinum is 150 gold. So you know this thing's worth a few thousand, and you're trying to haggle so low that he's just like, bullshit. No. Mm-mm.
All right. 50 platinum then.
So you're going to undersell me of the item and take more items on top of that? Come on, you got to give me something here.
Who else is in the shop with timbers?
75 platinum.
I drew in CC.
Timbers, do you want some help paying for that?
No. I got this.
Timbers.
I got this. 75 platinum.
Boy, stop trying to undersell him.
Honestly, I don't know. Sorry, I gotta keep it down. Obviously, I'm not really. Honestly, I don't really know currency all that well, or at the moment.
One platinum.
Randy kind of looks over at CC and goes, "Friend of yours."
Yes, he is.
Unfortunate for you. And he goes right back to this haggle.
I walk up next to Timbers to see where this goes, and if nothing else, I'm just gonna slap down the 1,500 just to get Timbers to stop. I'll give him another 3 tries before I slap down the
Floors are
1,500.
thin. Those of us that are upstairs, if you pay attention, you might be able to hear at least Timbers, if not Timbers and Randy.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Cecile's got white noise going through her head, so.
Cecile is fascinated with this plate of cookies. Every time she it produces her absolute favorite cookie. And then she watches Alita touch it, and it's a different freaking cookie.
Looks at cookie, looks at plate, looks at Alita, looks back at cookie, and eats it.
Out of character. Can I get one of those plates?
In real life? Yeah.
God,
Yes.
right? But yeah,
All
so
right,
your current
Like I said,
haggle
I'll give
is
him 3 more
750.
tries.
All right, 110 platinum.
Now that we're getting somewhere. I still lean myself at 1,500 gold.
That'll be about what, 150 platinum? Yeah, it'll be 150 platinum. All right, fuck it, 150 platinum then.
You're gonna mark his deal at 1,500?
Obviously, he's not budging.
Yeah. Oh, like, yeah. Because in his mind, he could sell that thing upwards to 3,000 to 4,000 gold, and you're trying to sit there and say 150 for one of your first offers. Now
Yeah,
he
viewers were
went
really
from
damn good.
haggling to thinking you were going to try to steal it. So he got a little extra loud so that the whole shop knows to keep an eye on you. But as soon as you agree to the 1,500, he agrees to the 150 platinum or 1,500 gold, whichever one you want, however you want to calculate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna take out the 150 platinum.
Upon seeing that, Hydrune decides to walk back upstairs.
Alrighty, so you get a couple of random tuning forks and this
Right.
this screwdriver.
Random.
All right.
I am still
didn't
tugging
even-
off his ear.
Let me
You-
see.
you didn't
my
get-
inventory.
Nope.
Manage inventory.
Nobody went over to check out the armor. You know, can't hear Tasco arguing with his own armor.
Nope.
Well,
Oh, fuck it.
They haggle over prices.
All right. So what do I know about this screwdriver?
I don't know. You gotta get somebody to identify it.
CC.
I currently like the armor I have.
Huh?
Basically, currently, like I basically start shouting, "CC, CC!" as I basically run through the store.
Nyla might
waving
when
the
she gets there.
screwdriver.
Why is the RV shaking?
I
That's-
now, if Timbers comes close to like within arm distance, CC is gonna put his hand to his head and just hold him there for a bit, still talking.
I'm gonna be like, all right, and basically, of course, CC does that, puts the hand on my head, basically kind of staying there for a minute, kind of looking a little confused, and be like, CC.
Huh?
I'll be like, CC, two things. One, I need you to identify this screwdriver, and two, get your hand off my head if you want to keep your arm.
He looks at his hand for a second, then moves it back to his side, and goes,
Thank you.
"What
Much
item?"
appreciated. I basically kind of like present the screwdriver, like with a big smile, like screwdriver. I need you to identify it, please.
Where do you want me to identify it at?
Well, do you have identify?
I do.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if you want, where do you want to identify it? Well, I guess we can always do it in the, I guess, back of the store where people.
So
can't
because
see
you
us.
gave it to CC, as you start to mumble cast identify, the tool kind of like
Actually-
springs to life. It is a simple screwdriver. It is a rare, so +2.
Cool.
Simple screwdriver that can transform into a variety of tools. As an action, you can touch the item and transform it into any type of artisan's tools of your choice. Whatever form the tool takes, you are proficient with it. While holding this tool, you gain a bonus to the spell attack rolls and the saving throw DCs of your artificer spells. The bonus is determined by the tool's rarity, so this is +2. As an action, you can focus the tool to channel your creative forces. Choose a cantrip that you don't know from any class list. For 8 hours, you can cast that cantrip, and it counts as an artificer cantrip for you. Once the property is used, it can't be used again until the next dawn.
Damn.
Well, while I find this out, I said, "Can I keep this?"
For 75 platinum, sure.
75.
So 750 gold.
Yeah.
Uh,
How much did he buy that for?
1,500.
1,500 gold.
So essentially,
Half
he's
of what
asking
he
for
paid
half.
for it.
Yep.
Giving him giving him a buddy discount.
I will give him the 75 platinum.
Okay.
Yay.
So now you
Let's do
can
this
add a +2 all-purpose tool.
+2 all-purpose tool.
The only type of player that can attune to this tool is an artificer.
Yep, figures as much. So
That's
why'd you
what I
CC got
thought.
himself a multi-tool.
Badger, why'd you
Yeah.
Why did you have the druid find it instead of the artificer?
Oh, because
Snake
it
Leatherman
was
on the side.
because it was a suggested viewer drop. Because
did
we
you
have a
have?
particular music man who's still awake and watching stream, who wanted to go, hey, since they're showing up, can we just have this dropped randomly? And I rolled a die, and I had it so Tibbers would find it. So,
Alright.
Halfway up the stairs, Hadroon's going to turn back around to see if anybody is selling rings and or necklaces. that have attributes that do not need to be attuned to.
Ooh, that's gonna be a rare one.
What is the item again?
It's a +2 all-purpose tool.
+2 all-purpose tool. Thank you.
Uh-huh. So I don't know if you can find if you just type in all-purpose in it. I ain't here. We see you, Wemcel.
Even though it's late for you, we appreciate you staying up to enjoy the chaos.
We love it, Demso. You can't do you can't do John Cena on us. Sorry.
And
Oh, wait,
while
I'm
we're
not here.
at
Never mind.
and
I'll shut
while
up.
we're at it, CC, roll me a perception check.
Perception?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a natural 2. It's quite close to a natural 20.
Never mind. You don't get to hear what Randy is mumbling under his breath.
Okay.
But yeah, this is we're kind of gathered. Everyone's kind of up top.
Except Nyla.
Except Nyla. I will say, as everyone's starting to go, okay, it's getting late. Maybe we should figure something
Go
out.
find
There is some commotion downstairs. Cece, are you still downstairs, or did you go upstairs with the rest of them? Still downstairs?
I'm still downstairs because, like I said, halfway up the stairs, I turned around and back down.
Okay. Tibbers, are you still downstairs, or did you go upstairs?
I'm still downstairs.
Okay. So the three of you see something happening at the front door. There seems to be a commotion with a guard and another individual who's gut laughing to himself. But standing next to him, wrapped up on a cart, kind of sprawled out, huffing and puffing, is Nyla. Do any of you go out to check out the
I go out
commotion?
and check.
I
All right.
absolutely do.
Yeah, they got it.
So Tibbers and Hydron, you guys go outside, and it's this big burly elf, sword at his side, shield on his back, that's asking guards if they've seen the rest of this person's party. They were supposed to be in this area, and he hasn't found them. And one of the guards is gesturing to the shop, but leaves it at that. And Nyla is on this little tiny, almost wheelbarrow, but pulled backwards type of thing. It's just covered in this cart is covered in hay. And Nyla, who kind of looks like she just ran a marathon, is all muddied and sweaty and huffing and puffing, a little scuffed up, but in over terms, alive and healthy and whatnot, just really worn out.
I walk out and I'm like, you really did get just exhaust her in training, didn't you?
Yeah, you kind of piece together that the big burly elf is Jasper, as Aelita had been very cautious about in telling.
I basically walk over to Nyla and I basically just whisper into her ear.
Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up. Now you fucked up.
I'm gonna try to sucker punch him.
You literally said train until I cannot move.
Yeah.
You done.
You do this
Okay,
but just
can I just spit on him then? Can I just spit on him?
No, you are beyond exhausted. Jasper, who's gut chuckling to himself as Tibbers is making fun of Nyla, kind of scoffs at Tibbers a little bit with, despite your lazy attitude, She fought with everything she had. She has my seal of approval. Now get her to bed.
From what I've heard from Alita, I actually like
said
that
what
she
she
got
wished
your
for.
seal of approval.
It was a little rough at start, but she got
It-
better as it went on.
It's Nyla. I expect it to be rough at the start.
Never expect anything less from a
I
twin,
go
though.
over, I pick up Nyla and just put her over my shoulder.
Just
Ew.
unroll it.
Much fighting. Tired.
Despite her
okay.
being
Go get
small
some
of
rest.
size and not the strongest, she got heart. No matter how much I told her to stay
she
down,
does.
she got back up. And as soon as you guys start heading inside, Jasper tosses his cart to the side and heads off to back to the palace.
Yep.
I walk back inside, Nyla over my shoulder, walk up the stairs. I don't even bother about the rings and or necklaces. I just up the stairs.
You take her upstairs, you take her on the hall, and all of a sudden, everybody else who's upstairs, probably Hydrune chuckling to herself a little bit, walks in with Nyla just fireman's carried over the shoulder, completely just Nyla mumbling things about random nonsense while she's in and out of exhaustive consciousness.
I brought
Yeah.
somebody home. I literally say that as I walk in the door.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Yeah, definitely got what she wanted. She lost the bet. Huh?
So does the group decide
Maybe,
to
but she got the training that she's been wanting. Unlike you, who apparently was just lazy.
Nope. Why would I need training when I basically can rely on Power Maker?
Because you have a lance that you keep trying to use, but you only use it in combat and not outside of it to train.
Yeah. Next time whenever I guess like my back itches, I can only use my death line to scratch it.
Sure, poison yourself.
Or no, maybe I need to knock something. Maybe I need to reach the top shelf. I'll just use my death lance. Yeah, use the death lance to do mundane menial things.
Wouldn't that just poison the item that you're reaching for the top shelf?
Only if he damages it with it.
Who knows? Maybe now it gets on my nerves again. I might just go and give it a little pokey with it.
Cute.
Yeah, watch her actually beat your ass with that sword. She's been training.
Okay, and?
You attune to your spear and only use it in combat. You haven't even tried practicing outside of.
Okay. Point being?
If you want to be good with the weapon, you practice with it outside of combat.
He's getting
Well,
cocky.
we don't practice our spells, and we seem to be good with them.
Says you. I practiced a lot outside of combat before I met you.
Fair enough.
You don't get better if you don't practice. Maybe you take advice from your cousin. As I walk over to a bed and set her down in it.
Oh, Nyla does just bed.
I dream much like your words. You try to make your words like daggers to stab me with them, try to get me to realize. But much like water on a duck's back, it just rolls off.
So, as Nyla's brought up, completely exhausted, it's continuously getting darker out. Most of your party seems to be somewhere here, somewhere there, somewhere in their own heads or whatnot. Safe to assume you guys decide to spend the night in the shop.
I am probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Before I end up taking my rest, I'm going to read the Persuasion skill book.
Okay.
Nice.
That does what? Add +1?
Yeah, I think the specific skill ones were all +1s, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
I will say
And you
Timbers
need to
will
read
go
it, and
over
you basically need to study it through a long rest. So yes.
Yeah.
Timbers will go over to, I guess after Hydroon puts down Nyla and walks away. Timbers will come over, look at Nyla, and then lean down, whisper something into her ear, give her a pound in the head, and then walk away.
Can I attune to the screwdriver?
If you want to spend the long rest to attune to it,
Yes.
sure.
I don't think Nyla would even understand because she's dead tired.
No, your head hit pillow and you're out.
Yeah, so I wouldn't hear what Timbers said.
Nope. So, with the group deciding to hunker down here for the night with plenty of room, Alita makes everybody comfortable. Because you guys have been doing a lot of running around since, what was your guys' last long rest? Right before the maze.
Yep.
Yeah,
No,
you guys,
we did.
you guys,
We did. Right after the maze, we did a long rest in
Yeah,
the
we did.
tower before we went through the hole in the tavern.
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
But still,
Because we tired.
you guys went through all the Underdark. You guys fought a whole bunch of baddies. Then came to Silver Moon, spent the day here. And yeah, you guys are just tired.
Good.
Some physically exhausting, some mentally exhausting, some emotionally exhausting. But yeah, you guys decide to camp out here for the night. Nyla,
Ah, fuck. Yeah.
your intense training gave you a +1 to strength,
Ooh.
and
Ooh,
your
okay.
Dragon Slayer longsword is now considered a +2 weapon
Nice.
Hell yeah.
because of how you've been spending pretty much the entire effing day training with it.
Do
Trained with it for a while.
Could I get
Oh,
some
yeah, I know.
assistance on that then?
Yeah.
do I
What?
suffer an opponent?
Oh, I've already applied it to you.
Oh, you already did. Okay.
I've applied it, so your strength is now at a 15, and your bonus to your longsword has been applied. So you do 1 point of extra damage with each hit.
Ooh, that's so cool.
I believe I suffer a point of exhaustion for
Attuning.
attuning because I went without a long rest for about.
Well, you don't.
You
Something about a long rest is it's not necessarily sleeping. Like you should sleep, but like it's up to the DM if he thinks
Right.
you get exhaustion from attuning.
Right.
It depends on your, what was it, con save roll?
Right.
Yeah, con. So roll me con save.
I have a +9.
Hello.
So,
Oh, buddy.
Oh,
dice don't
the
like
dice
you.
gods hate us today.
Friend.
Would you like me to roll con save as well because of the book?
That's different. That book's
Okay.
different. If you were reading the manual, it'd be
Zonthal
something
skill book,
different.
yeah.
Big
Yep.
book, that'd be different. Yeah.
I was reading the
Yep.
Zonthal skill book.
It just means for the 8 hours that everyone's either sleeping or whatnot, you're reading through the book, taking a nap kind of thing, studying it. So you can learn something that way. It's like, I don't know. But for Cece, are you one of those that needs a full 8 hours to fully rest?
I believe so.
You don't have the only needs X amount of hours or anything like that?
No.
No? Okay. So you sit there and you're trying to attune to this, and it's fighting you. It is fighting you, and you spend your first few hours trying to attune to it, I need you to make another con save, and if you roll really, really low again, you will be able to go to bed after attuning to it, but you will wake up with exhaustion.
Yeah. How about a 26?
All right. Call it a little bit of a fluke. You'll wake up a little tired after the long rest,
Right.
not having gotten a really good night's sleep, but you attune to it.
Okay.
Throughout the night, Idrune, you attune to that book, so you can apply that bonus.
Yep.
And go from there. So yeah, everybody can apply a long rest. And this is, I know we kind of went over, but I had a slow
I was
start
late.
too.
Sorry.
Yeah. And I was just digging the role play, so the more people kept talking, the more I was like, well, we'll just let it go. But yeah, we'll end it here. We'll pick up what happens early morning in Silvery Moon. And we'll go from there. So we will say goodnight to Kicking YouTube, and we'll see you guys next week. More adventures to be had.
Night, Kick. Night, YouTube.
Night.
Bye.
Wee.
Bye.